boo? you, what you say? I can hear you thinking, man.
Me a couple extra minutes to get that stuff done. I'm still working on new routines and not really in the rhythm yet, but I feel like I'm getting closer. So, hi. uh, Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you are. Hello, I'm a practical eccentric, and I'm here for Dreamlight Valley. I've got one more thing I need to do to get myself all set and in the mix. So, part one, part two. All right, getting the pinned messages in. And is that the last of my checklist? Exciting. I don't know if you're excited about a checklist like I am excited about a checklist, but I will share my excitement nonetheless. So, how's everybody doing tonight? I hope you were doing well. I am doing all right. It's a little bit of a hectic week, and it's not over yet, but we are wrapping things up. We are almost done with most of the birthday season in my house, and about halfway through the holiday season, so you know we're surviving because that's sometimes all we can do. But I have a quote of the night, and it's not on my screen, so I'm gonna have to get that going on. See, checklist, and then it's still not all perfect, which meh. Is it ever gonna be perfect? Probably not. And if you're with me, then you can accept that. I will accept your imperfections if you will accept mine. All right, so let's get the quote of the night done, and then we can move on to getting some stuff done in Dreamlight Valley. We are 2 weeks away from the new downloadable or DLC, downloadable content. I don't know why I didn't say it as DLC. My brain just went, and you know, the actual words fell out of my face as opposed to the acronym, but whatever. All right. Quote of the night is to change a habit, make a conscious decision, then act out the new behavior. And that's from Maxwell Maltz. And changing habits has been on my mind frequently over the last few years. This is not news if you have been with me before, either in streams or in my quote of the day series, you know, in general, whatever. But it's been particularly prevalent in my mind this week, the last couple days in particular, but like even maybe, you know, a week or two ago, I was starting to think about things I had to do to get ready to host people in my house. My son's friends are going to be coming over. I don't think any of them are spending the night, but I, of course, had to account for it in case any of them wanted to spend the night and make sure things got cleaned up and, you know, different spaces of my house that need to be addressed, and just making sure like laundry is caught up ahead of time. You know, things are kind of out of my way chore wise, so that once the guests are here, however much they are here, all the time can be devoted to whatever they want to do. And one of the things I started doing was looking at some of the things I've been blowing off, figuring out how to be better at. The thing I'm focusing on in particular, besides chores, which honestly, because I have been working on taking smaller steps, breaking things down into smaller pieces, I was able to do a lot of my housework that I would have done kind of all at once just before the expected company arrives, like the day before or the week before or whatever. And I started going, okay, when can I fit in cleaning all of the bathroom and cleaning all of the living room and vacuuming and doing these things? And I was like, well, I could probably do, you know, anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes in the morning between getting my kids ready for school, doing whatever I want to do for myself, whether or not that's just normal self-care stuff or if it's also content creation stuff. And then also getting myself ready for work, like all of those things. Like, when can I fit that in that's realistic, that won't drive me nuts, that won't make me feel I'm having to spend hours and hours and hours at once getting it done. So it's like, okay, I'll get, you know, this couch area completely cleaned, like remove the cushions, like clean up any kind of, you know, stains or anything that's gotten on there, vacuum underneath the cushions, get under the couch, you know. And then the next day I did the love seat, and then the next day I did like all of the surface tops, and then did some dusting and just, you know, kind of did it in chunks over time. But the other thing I started incorporating, and one of the things I really, really struggle with and have always struggled with because I don't have a good, complete start to finish process for it, is dealing with paperwork, dealing with all the paperwork that comes into the house. I have a drawer. It's all files. When we flipped our house around a couple of years ago, so the kids' bedrooms moved upstairs, the computer room moved downstairs, I realized that there was a butt ton of paperwork that I had been slowly trying to address. But that slow address was every once in a while I would get irritated and spend several hours working on it. And, you know, shredding things, sorting things, you know, just organizing everything, and then I would get burnt out on it and I wouldn't do it again for a while. And so when we moved downstairs, I still had a bunch of it to work on, and so I dealt with it pretty quickly after we moved down here. There was some still stuff left over, but I didn't want to have to move everything if some of it was just going in the trash or getting shredded or whatever it needed to do. So I ended up paring it down significantly. But because I have over the years dealt with it in big bursts, it's not really been a daily, weekly, monthly, however long, habit of processing my paperwork. So instead of doing what I usually do, which is let it build up way too long and then try and do it all very quickly, and taking way too long and getting stressed and burnt out and stuff like that, I just started going, okay, when do I want to deal with this? How often do I want to deal with this? And how long do I want it to take? If it was all managed, and instead of kind of hitting the reset button and just dealing with it all at once and going, okay, now I have a clean start. I'm going to start today and I'm going to try and do my new process. I just decided to be like, okay, I really don't want it to ever take more than 2 to 5 minutes every single day. And I don't know, do it in the mornings when I'm doing other stuff, getting my kid ready for school or whatever, because 2 to 5 minutes is not too bad. I can do that while he's changing into his new clothes, going to the bathroom, brushing his hair, getting his shoes on, all of that stuff. It's like while he's doing that stuff, I can sit there for 2 to 5 minutes and pull stuff out of the envelopes, staple paperwork together, sort it into piles, put it away in the files, all of this stuff. But I already had a built-up pile. I actually have another built-up pile from the last time I tried to do an overhaul of going through all of it at once that had built up and that I still haven't sorted. And I still haven't sorted it yet. But my inbox, everything's already out of the envelopes. I've already separated out all of the recycling. I've already spent a couple of days sorting through the paperwork and pulling out chunks that I can just stick in their files. And I'm going to continue to do that for maybe 5 to 10 minutes every single morning, probably weekday mornings, because that's when I probably will have the most consistent timing to get it done. And I've made it through, I would say, at least a third to half of all of the built up paperwork in both piles. Now, this pile hasn't been addressed yet fully at all, but it was already kind of all de-enveloped and stacked neatly. But the idea I have is that if I start working on building that daily habit, the habit that I actually want it to be in the end, instead of resetting it and trying to start from scratch, where I'm more likely to forget, more likely to blow it off, more likely to be like, oh, it's fine, it's only one thing today or whatever. I'm starting to do the practice of doing it every single day, even if right now it's just about whittling the pile down, instead of doing it all at once, getting annoyed, burning out on it, and then blowing it off for a long period of time to where that's the habit I'm building. I'm building the habit of having to manage it when it's already kind of out of control. And fingers crossed that by doing it this way, I will incorporate the habit of doing it every day versus the habit of waiting till it's out of control and doing it all at once. Because I feel like that's the habit I've been building, and I don't want to do that. I don't like doing that. I hate how that makes me feel over time. I hate being annoyed by it. I hate feeling like it's going to take too long. I hate having to feel like I have to make separate time. I need to figure out how to build it into a daily practice and start at the daily practice level. I have to do a little bit more than what it should be in the end, but that's because I'm catching up. But I don't think that's a bad thing either. The other thing is I'm cutting myself off. Even if I feel like I could continue to sort, I'm cutting myself off because I don't want it to encroach on other things. I want it to fit in the slot. So that's why I've been thinking about habits. That's why I've been thinking about how to build better habits than what I have been building in the past. And I know it works because I've done it with other stuff. Stuff that's relatively new. Paperwork has been a thing that I've had to deal with since before I even moved out on my own. So I've never really built a good habit for dealing with it. I've just kind of reacted to the overwhelming piles. And so I'm trying a new strategy because I don't like the cycle I'm in. And I had to really sit down, look at it and say, how do I want this to look when it's actually managed? And how do I start working on the habit today without having to go through that process of now it's going to take forever because I'm trying to get back to zero all at once. I can get back to zero over time and work towards the new habit, and hopefully that habit will translate into something better. And it's not something new, it's something that I'm trying to change that I've been doing for 30 plus, no, maybe not 30 plus years. Close to 30 years, to be honest. If I started doing it as a teenager, because I started getting paperwork as a teenager. I mean, you got paperwork from school as a kid, had to deal with that crap. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to modify a habit, which is arguably more difficult than starting a new habit from scratch. So, because you're working against your autopilot, and that's a struggle sometimes for sure. Like, have you ever done like where you're driving someplace and it's similar enough to someplace you drive way more often and you stop really paying attention to where you're driving and then you realize you've started going the direction that you're not going today, but it's that habitual direction you go? That's kind of what it's like. You're fighting against that urge to just do your autopilot routine. Anyway, I'll get off my little habit building story there because I could go on and on and on about it because it's really, really present. And I don't know if it's just like a surge of energy right now because I'm like, okay, I figured out how I'm going to tackle this one thing. But I can extrapolate what I learned from trying it this way. And maybe I apply it to other things. And like I said, I've done it with other things. So I'm kind of extrapolating what I've done in the past and applying it to something else. Anyway. All right. Let's get to it. Let me get all my screens where they need to go so I'm not distracting my eyes. There we go. All right. I barely played this game in the last couple of weeks. What have I done in the last couple of weeks? Well, let's start looking at menus because that's the easiest thing. I feel like I might have gotten some additional duties done, and I definitely spent all of the points that I had earned. So I have cleared out all of the rewards. I've gotten them all done. And I've started getting the bonus ones. I'm on the second page of those, but obviously not done. I just got the frame and I have 20 points left over. So I'm hoping to get some duties done. And the routine duties for this week are chat with people. Like, it's really simple. Chat with Mickey, chat with Minnie, and chat with Merlin. And then there's still two more weeks of duties to come. And then these duties, which aren't terribly difficult, although I have 4 people I have to try and talk to tonight. It looks like I'm a good chunk of the way on this tackle royal tasks. Open up fresh memories, fishing, mining. Mining for white gems. Okay. And then I'm a third of the way through this 10K Dreamlight. I don't really know how many more of these I have, but I'm not super fussed. We still have 31 days. Holy cow, we still have 31 days. That's after Wish Blossom Ranch. Interesting. For some reason, I just assumed that it would math out where it would be like in conjunction with Wish Blossom Ranch's release. But this is definitely after because Wish Blossom Ranch is on the 19th, which is 2 weeks from yesterday, right? Yeah. So we are not far. And then the other thing I want to definitely do, and more important even than the Star Path, is I want to finish the event if I can. I have no idea what these 2 puzzles are like yet, so I haven't been up. The only thing I have done as far as continuing work on the puzzles is I continued to feed this fox. If I'm not mistaken, gosh, I hope I remember correctly, I should only have 1 more memory piece to get from him, and that, I'm assuming, will wrap up his puzzle. Yeah, I have 1 more for that, but I really don't know, because I really haven't had time to play this in the in-between, like little bits here and there, but I am now actively playing so many games that there's only so much time. There's only so many slots. I mean, I had like 10 minutes in between finishing getting stream stuff set up and actually starting the stream that I was like, I can go water my garden in Palia. And then I ended up being a couple minutes late for actually starting the stream at 7, and I was like, oh well, that's the price you pay for going quick. You can get some Palea in. All right. So what do I want to start with? I want to start by going to the island. That is what I want to start with. All right. So let's go up to the island and see what we can make of that. Ugh. I'm starting to fall more in love with using Trello. Starting to get more information dumped in there and starting to mess with some more... Oh, it's got a little light at the door. That is one of the puzzle pieces. I'm hearing people in the hallway right outside. Okay. Alright. Getting these flowers, because I don't know if we'll need them for anything, but I might as well keep collecting them if they're still falling around, because for all I know, they were counting on people continuing to collect these things in the, what, 2 weeks since I streamed this last? And I did come up and grab a few of them, but definitely not every single day, and more often. I didn't do that. Okay, let's feed you. And that is this. Ooh, my finger is a little sore. All right. Let's pick that up. Okay. So it looks like there's a dig spot. Is my day-night setting different? Nope, it's at 0. Okay, so it just seems really bright right now. We just went through daylight savings adjustment. It's this button? No, it's this button? Yes. So I don't know, it feels like it's lighter in the game than it is in real life. Alright, this should be, I'm assuming, an unlock. Yes. Alright. So let's get that spreadsheet going on. We just watched the sing-along version of Nightmare Before Christmas, and I was like, I get to have that tub. Alright. So now I'll go down. No. Yes, okay. This is the clawed foot tub. And then completed. Fantastic. Is it actually considered Night Before Christmas? Excellent. As well it should be. And that is considered in-game. Okay. Not a purchase or an event, or at least no icon to around it. Oh yeah, these have been sitting in here. I already own those things. Oh goodness, no hiccups, please. I really don't need that in my life. Alright, so let's go ahead and go here. Cute. Oh no. Okay. Halt! Thou must have wits of steel to duel me and gain thy reward. Only a perfect score gets the prize, but if thou explorest this floating island with thine eyes, thou shalt have everything thou needest. So, wilt thou face me in a duel of the mind? I haven't looked at it in a while. Do I think I trust my memory? Not really, but we'll give it a shot. I'll take your challenge, Armor. Very well. Question the first. How many blue pumpkins are there on the island? Oh, no. One of the options is back away. Blue pumpkins? 6. Question the second. Which animal is hiding inside the scary surprise box in the floating festival? Okay. It's a cat. Interesting. Question the third. How many graves are there in the haunted floating festival? 101. 3. Or 7? I'm gonna pick 7. Question the 4th. This ghostly knight's final query. What is the favorite food of the ghostly Zero fox? Blue skelefish. Thou hast answered all my questions, and each answer was correct. Awesome. Thou hast a wit as sharp as a blade. The reward is thine. Fantastic. Honestly, I was doing like kind of, you know how, I don't know if everybody learns this, but you know, like those kind of test taking, like rules of thumb, where a lot of times when you get multiple choice questions, like you can go with like the one for the gravestones, it was like pick the number that's in the middle. So they gave me like an extreme point, and then they gave me a low point, and then they gave me one in the middle. That's why I picked the one I picked. The blue one, I think the blue pumpkins, I think was kind of the same. Was it 0 and then 6 and 16? I picked the one in the middle. Anyway. And then the box I knew, and then the food I knew, so. Excellent. I'm glad I just went ahead and looked. All right, or went ahead and tried it. All right, let's get to log that. Not too shabby. But sometimes those, you know, tips they give you, it's not always true. It's kind of like there's another one where it's if multiple choice, if the most detailed answer is usually the right one. Not always. I've run into where that is not the case, where they try and throw you off. But anyway. Now, it's worse when they give you, like, if they had 4 numbers, right? Because then there would be at least 2 in the middle. All right. What category is this? This is Disney. Disney. Fantastic. All right. Well. Now what? It's not the button. The button? Ooh, just the black cauldron. Puzzles. I am looking for the potion house thing. Okay. I do like this room, though. With the curtains in the corners like I like. Can I interact with them? Yes. I used that in my ghostly gala. I did a risky dream snap for the ghostly gala. I did it without my avatar in it. I suspect she won't do very well. But the previous 2 weeks I got 4,000 each. And I bought a bunch of clothing this week. I was like, splurge, spend all your moonstones. Actually, I didn't spend all my moonstones. I'm still tempted. There's some stuff in there that's like holiday themed, winter holiday themed, and I'm really tempted to go ahead and get some of that while it's there. Because you know there are going to be winter dream snaps coming. And I don't have a ton of the premium shop winter holiday stuff. So it might be good to pick it up, you know? All right. Oop, there's that cauldron. Look how cute this little room is. Ooh, they did a little L shape with these tables. That's cute. Sorry, I'm looking at all the stuff. I got this. I haven't used it yet. It's so pretty. Okay. Yeah, some of the stuff I haven't actually looked down yet. Oh, the book is also glowing. Well, let's look at that first. Turn up the heat and make it bubble. You'll get a prize for all your trouble. Ingredients: a thorny bloom of white petals, a feline fish, 2 fleshless fish favored by a ghostly fox, and a fish that's always on guard. Sounds like catfish and swordfish. Let's see. So I will go get a catfish and a swordfish. And then we will see. Yeah, the only thing I think about the blue ones was that I was wondering if maybe I misinterpreted the color. That was the only thing I was like, oh, is it actually 0? Am I remembering that those are blue when they're really gray or something. Is it a trick? But it was not. Well, we may have wrapped up this event lickety-split. Which is awesome. Nope. Swordfish. And I want to split one out. I don't think I'm going to need 6 of them. If that's the case, can I just take one? You know what? I'm gonna take the stack just in case it's like you need 3 of them or something stupid, you know? All right. I gotta clear out these biomes too. Look at all those candy buckets I still have. But if we get this event done super fast, that gives us even more time to do stuff for the Star Path. There we go. It's like my brain's gonna give it to me any second now. Star Path stuff, and then, you know, cleaning up for Wish Blossom Ranch. It's coming. Okay, just the one, and just the one. All right. This room is cute, though. 100%. Vines on the ceiling. Oh, it's got lots of stuff that I like to do in here. Okay. This should be the cauldron, right? Black cauldron. Oh, look how bubbly and awesome it looks. Oh my goodness. Okay. The black cauldron. When I can't talk about it yet. I might have a very specific place to do this soon in my decorating series. I gotta make time for that this weekend. So I'm taking the kids to an arcade on Saturday. That is the plan. And I don't think... Ooh, is this not in my validation yet? It is not. Okay, I gotta get that in my validation. Let's... How do I... There we go. Ooh, why did you do that, woman? Okay. We're just gonna do... You know, I've never seen the Black Cauldron. And considering what I know about it, you would think that I would have, or should have by now. Apply to all. Yes, please. Oh. I don't know if I should have done that. We'll find out. Okay, no. Oh, I know. Okay. Black Cauldron. And then... Okay. Although it doesn't have its icon. It's got a placeholder icon. Alright. That should be it, though, right? All completed. All collected. Fantastic. Oh, I forgot there was a teleport button in here. You don't actually have to run to it if you don't want to. Alright. Well, that was a fun little event. I definitely didn't feel like I had to log in daily to do it, but I feel like that's probably better for the majority of players to have it not feel quite so so much pressure to be in every single day and getting stuff done every single day and super time constrainty. So, but because it allowed me to take some time away to go do other stuff and not feel like I had to get it done. I don't know if I had more time there was a period of time, I think last year, where there were a bunch of events and stuff happening all at once, and there was stuff that I just didn't get done, and I think they've actually come back around. So I was able to get them done again, like when it came back around again, but I remember being a little stressed out, going, well, I just don't have the time to do that. I'll just have to pick and choose. And I picked the Star Path at the time over the events at the time. And I still feel like that was a pretty good choice considering the Star Pass ended and the events came back around. And I didn't know the events would come back around, but I hoped, you know?
It's raining.
Oh, I'm gonna have to change people out of their Halloween-y costumes. Okay. So I'm gonna go drop off these fish.
Are you sure?
Shh, stop talking. Stop talking, Mother Gothel. Nobody wants to hear your mouth. Alright. Nope. That's not how we do things in this game. How do we do things in this game? This is how we do things in this game. I have flowers to get rid of. Alright, so we need to talk to 4 different characters. Ooh. That chest is getting full. Alright, who's around? Who's around? Like, nobody. Where the heck is everybody? Cogsworth in the house. I might have to go to the floating island for, who is it? Not Maleficent. Minnie, Mickey, and Merlin. The 3 M's. Or 3 of the M's, because there's more M's than that. But I don't need to talk to all of them. Just 3 of them.
Suppose every village
hello.
only think of
I'll talk to you.
Ah, there you are.
Punctual as always. What are you up to today?
Do go on.
Oh, my list is endless, Lilith. After all, one must keep busy. Do you ever get to relax, or that sounds exhausting, or I'm the same way? Kind of the same way. I've noticed you're always on the go, helping the valley and all of the villagers who live here.
Wonderful.
It's quite admirable.
Now,
Although,
Viola.
I think I mentioned just a little bit ago that I am falling more in love with Trello. Started looking into automations more, and I have a feeling I'm going to use the crap out of them because they're super helpful. Like, I have a board set up to manage content creation, tracking, and scheduling and checklisting and all of that. And I discovered today that if my dream snaps has to get posted on a certain day, because I've decided that. So it gets posted on Friday. And I get all of my checklist done except for the very last item. The very last item is go in and add a pinned comment for how many moonstones I got and what my score was and all of those things and how long it took me. And today I learned that I could set up an automation for when I check the second to last checkbox, I can have the due date automatically changed to 2 weeks in the future, which is when theoretically I should do that comment and do the last checkbox. And that was like, oh, ho, ho. I'm so into that. I'm so into figuring out how to automate some of that stuff that, anyway, I just, it made me really giddy. It's probably part of why I was so super excited to like talk about habit things today, because it's just like I've been doing lots of things where it's like, ooh, things are gonna get really interesting if I can figure all this stuff out. All right, craft any refinement item. What kind of items are those? Is it like glass? You know, if it's like glass, then that's what I'll do. Or vials. Kind of feel like I already have a bunch of vials. Not vials, glass. But I don't know if I have 30 vials. I probably need some. Alright, let's see. Is it just from stuff from the refinement page? And if so, can I just do this? Yep. Fantastic. Cook a perfect dessert. Actually, you know what? Sell 2 meals. Take a picture with a command. I don't actually have any companions with me. Do I have any companions that still need to be leveled? Oh no. I was like, whoa, did I miss a Monday where I could have fed the black sea turtle? The answer is no. I won't get a Monday off again until the 1st of December. And then I will have both the 1st and the 8th off. And then I won't have another Monday off until probably... I might have the 22nd off. The 1st, the 8th, the 22nd, and then the 5th of January. And then we're in the new year, guys. Like, how crazy is that? Oh, it's madness. The fact that it's almost here. Ah, purple fiery raven. Did I not click that? Click that. I feel like I did have 2 that I was working on. But I can't remember if one of them leveled. Like, maybe it was the blue raccoon. I guess I could look at my critters list, my collection list, and see if maybe it's easier to spot if there's a number besides 5. But regardless... Oh, can I pet you? Oh, you're so cute. Alright, and then we'll do this. Oh my gosh. Stop moving around. Alright. Feed a raven. Gain 500 star coins. Well, let's cook some perfect desserts. We'll cook these. And we'll cook that. Alright. Fishing forgotten. Fishing somewhere frosty. Okay, we're gonna definitely be getting our fishing on today. Alright, what kind of stuff do I have to sell to you, sir? Just this kind of stuff, I guess. 2. There we go. That should take care of a couple of duties.
See you later.
Yeah, yes. Fantastic. And then there's 5... Oh. Fantastic. Hang out with Cogsworth. Well... What does Cogsworth even do? Oh, he's a time bender. I remembered faster that time. Because he's a clock. I wonder how many people chose time bender for him.
Do go on.
Or maybe I'm one of the person who was like, oh no, I don't mind if it's on the nose. Okay, so let's go to the Forgotten Land and mine a little bit. I have to remember how to do stuff in this game. Oh, look. And a memory. Freaking phenomenal. A diamond and a memory and 1 node. Amazing. I'm all about that. Ah. Super excited about Wish Blossom Ranch. There's also part of me that's like, should I be spending that money right now? And the other part is like, just get it. Figure it out later. At least I knew that was coming for a little while, you know? And actually, I think we have some things that are going to be working out. Like, luckily, we are in a position enough to where we can juggle some things if necessary. You know, we can spread the pain around. And between now and, like, January ahead of tax time. But, yeah. I'm just like, we might have to get a little creative over the holiday season, but that is not new. The holidays are always a little tricky. So, I will do that to get the new DLC for sure. And unless something drastic happens, knock on wood, wherever all the wood is, you know, I should be able to get the upgraded, the deluxe version, so I get the extra moonstones and extra whatevers. And we did just have to replace a couple of tires on the car that my husband uses to drive for Uber, so it was like, can't really blow that off. But yeah. Although things are still not, you know, completely stress-free financially, things are so much more improved now than they have been over the last 15 years, really. Did I actually get moonstones for that? Okay, I'm fishing. I'm fishing where? Frosty and Forgotten. Okay, let's do that. But yes, I'm looking forward to getting a nice big chunk of moonstones, that's for sure. It was also really nice getting 4K 2 weeks in a row. Forgot how luxurious that feels, you know? It's like, oh, I can buy whatever I feel like buying. And actually, I bought the stuff that I bought, the clothing that I bought for the outfit challenge this week, and then I think I used one piece. I knew I wasn't going to use everything I got, but I was like, ooh, I like all of these options. And then I used one thing. But the outfit stuff this week was pretty cute. Some of it's been around before. And then, let's see, I think the new one was this Renaissance Fair ensemble. I really like this dress. I actually really like the cut on my character. I don't always like the cut, even if I like the costume piece. Like, Megara's dress is the one I always think of. I don't like how it looks on my character, period. The only thing I don't like about this quiver is that there's a gap in the back. So if you have short hair, you can see an obvious space between the back of the character and the quiver. And then with long hair, it clips weird through the item. So I like it anyway, but you're just going to have to accept it. And then these boots are cute. I take it back. I think I used 2 pieces. And if you didn't guess that one of those pieces was the boots, well, I've told you directly. Cute little dragon. I think he's cute, but I am not as tempted by him. And then I already had that, and then I already had that, and then I went ahead and got this 4 pieces for 2K. Very, very cute. Staff. Staff was one of the big components. And the cape, even though this chest part is so over the top. But this is another dress. I actually don't like this cut as much as I like the one for the Renaissance Fair one. But it's still okay. Like, it's still fine. Oh, let me get out of that. And then I did get this bundle too. Again, it was a lot for the cape. I thought I was going to use this cape. And I like the helmet, but it does not do anything with hair. This is what it looks like regardless of hair as far as I know. So just take that into account. And then the dress is pretty cute. I almost wish you could have a version of it without the armor pieces. Same thing with the other one. The Thorn Ensemble. And then, yeah, those are the things I got. I got those 3 outfit pack things. Spent about, what, 5K? Almost 6K on them. But felt like I had the room. Now, the ones I'm tempted by are all of these. Probably this one the least. It's cute. I like this bear in particular. It reminds me of something my son would like, my oldest son would like. This, I would be far more inclined, although this fountain is gorgeous and it might tip the scales. I want these without the snow. I want a version of them without the snow. Because they're so pretty with these little viney lights on them. Oh my god. Obsessed. But I couldn't use them everywhere. Like, I would feel like I wouldn't feel comfortable putting them everywhere because they have snow. And then this, of course, is cute. I'd want the arch. And this banner is also stinking cute. And then I thought about this stuff just mostly for this chair. I don't know why. This gate's awfully cute. Is there a fence as well? Or is this the fence? Okay, this must be it. Interesting. Okay. That's cute. It reminds me of Whoville. Which isn't Disney, but you know. This is cute, but I don't need it. Although it is an alternative for a console, like a TV console situation. Is it a wall piece? Or could you put this in the middle of the room? I would feel like you would have to put it on the wall, because this looks like it mounts to the wall. Yep, there it is. Wall. Alright. Anyway, I think what I'm gonna do when I get Wish Blossom Ranch with the extra moonstones is I'm probably gonna get 1 or 2 of the big bundles. Is probably what's going to happen. I'll get at least 1 because I think that's what I've done with the other ones that I've gotten. Ugh, don't load so long. Stop. I hate when I scroll too far. All right. So yeah, it'll probably be, I forgot I didn't have to scroll to get there. I had to do this. Because honestly, both the Stitch one and this Beauty and the Beast one, they both have objects I'd really like to have. And you know what? Considering most houses are around 3K, the fact that there's a house in this bundle, along with other things, makes it kind of a steal when you think about the moonstones. Because there's lots of costume pieces for both you and an outfit for Belle, a wallpaper, tons of objects in the grand scheme of things. But if you think about a house costing 3K, then everything else is only 1K. You know. So the value is good. So I'm probably going to get at least one of them. I think the main draw for this particular bundle is the bushes. Where are they? I like the outdoor little tables and chairs, though, and the little umbrella. But where is it? There it is. This arch. And this hedge. 100% are my main draws for this bundle. And then, of course, we got the other... this one's fine. I'm not as drawn to this as much as Max is cute. It's a lot of coin, a lot of moonstones for what you got. Oh, no, you get more than just the 2 pieces. How many pieces you get? Oh, you get more than I thought you did. Why does it have to be nautical theme? I think that's the biggest drawback for me, is the fact that it's a nautical theme. Ooh, that light, though. Not worth $4,500, but still. I feel like there's less in this bundle. Or maybe less I'm excited about. Like, this bed is awesome looking, except for I don't care about the nautical theme. That's a pretty fireplace. And it doesn't feel as nautical. And Max is cute. There's no building, though. I mean, there's a pet building, but, you know. Why does this say locked? That's odd. But yeah, this is definitely at the bottom of the list for me as far as the big bundles go. This one is probably moved up in the list just a little bit because it's got quests tied to it. And that's the reason I got the Ursula one and the Wally one, was because they had quests. And this one should have quests too, right? Yeah. Complete heartfelt quests. Anyway, I'm tempted to get some of this stuff, but I'm also tempted to just hoard moonstones because that's my normal MO. Hoard them. All right, we're fishing. That's what we're doing. I'm going to be Tangent Woman, apparently. Who's surprised? Nobody. Oh, I should track the quest. Ah, a memory. Fantastic. Man, he was excited about me catching that fish. Which I'm alright about. That's fine with me. Alright. Mine for square gems. Okay. Nope. I'm tracking something. I'm tracking this. know what'd be amazing is if we get this Star Path wrapped up tonight. That would be amazing. I don't know if it's possible, but a girl can dream. Because I'm pretty sure that Sunday's stream is going to be Dinkum this week. If I can finish the Star Path tonight, then 100% next Thursday is probably going to be, well, I see 100% and probably in the same sentence. Can you tell I'm indecisive? I'd like to play Teddy a little bit, because I've gotten to play some Teddy in the in-between, but not as much as I would like to. But the other idea I had was maybe next week just taking a slight detour and trying out one of the games that I got for the Steam sale that was kind of in conjunction with birthday spending for me. Because I got Tiny Bookshop Simulator. Oh, there was something else. I got a couple of other games too. But I wouldn't mind maybe giving a couple streams to that. But then there's also Teddy's Haven and Dinkum still. Maybe I'll wait to decide after Sunday's stream and see what I get done in Dinkum for Sunday's stream. Yeah. Maybe I'll leave it up to, because I don't think I'm going to have to cancel on Sunday. I think that if the kids were going to spend the night at all, that they would spend the night Friday night. There's still a possibility that they might spend the night on Saturday night, which means it would be difficult for me to stream on Sunday morning. But I find it unlikely that they will do that. I'm going to go ahead and do this. And what's the button? This is the button. Okay, I know how to play this game. But I should be here on Sunday. And, make it through some stuff in Dinkum. I'd love to start breeding, but I've got a lot of work to do, and I only found one male animal on Sunday last week. Of the three potential males I could have found. Should help me with the, what is it, square gems. Ooh, another diamond. Nice. I was not expecting to get that lucky in this round. I will not be getting it here, though. I can almost guarantee you that. Oh! Oh my god. I actually thought, wouldn't it be crazy if it was a diamond? And then I was like, you better say it's not going to be a diamond and jinx it. Or, like, don't say it's going to be a diamond. And then, anyway. We reverse psychologied that crap. Sea turtle critter, their favorite food. Well, we can't finish the Star Path tonight. But, I mean, it depends on how much I get done, you know? Because, well, the other factor is the routine duties. I don't need to stream those. So, there's still potential to not necessarily have to have next Thursday's stream be dedicated to this, depending on how far we get. Mine for square gems. Onyx does not count as a square gem. Interesting. Okay. So let's go. Oh, good lord. What the heck just happened over there? Alright. Well, let's go down for the sea turtles. And we'll go to someplace frosty and oh, you know what? We're gonna... What's this one? And then... Oh, I need to eat. And then collect more moonstone boxes. It is nice about not having played in a bit. It's like, oh, look at all these moonstone boxes that have spawned while I've been away. Not that it's like a ton of moonstones, but you know, every moonstone counts. Oh, hello. I should have seaweed on my person, right? Yeah. There really should only be 2 of them. Oh my goodness, they're both right here even. Crazy pants. Have it. Well, now I have a reason to have to log in. Come feed these bad boys. Come on, buddy. Sometimes they take so long. Alright. Are there more than just those 2 today? I don't think so. I'm glad they were right next to each other, though. That made my life infinitely easier. So let's go ahead and look at the sea turtles. Not here. Not... Okay, all day, that's 1. All day, that's 2. Okay. That is it. I'm just going to transport there. Someplace frosty. That igloo's cute. That bird is loud. Now, it says fish somewhere, Frosty, which sounds like a verb. Go fish somewhere, Frosty, right? But what they mean is catch fish somewhere, Frosty. Because otherwise the crabs would count. Yes, I'm being nitpicky. Mostly because I want the crabs to count. I don't have to go to work tomorrow. The kids are off too. We got some cleaning to do. Got some laundry to do. My little one's room's a pit right now. But I get it. Alright. My husband has to take his dad to some appointment tomorrow morning. He may not be able to work tomorrow morning, which is fine, but this time of year is always tricky, balancing taking days off with, you know, still making sure to get money going on, because, you know, he'll make extra money on weeks leading up and weeks after, but it's the weeks in between where it's like, don't let it slide too much, you know, because you need the average to be the goal, right? But his parents really can't be taking themselves places, especially long distances anymore. It's nerve-wracking. So... Why, yes, I'll pick some memories. Thank you very much. Because some of these things, like this one, what is this? Feeding critters. Keep thinking I'm going to get myself on a kick, you know, for like a couple of weeks in a row where I'm just feeding all the critters regardless of whether or not they need to be fed or not. And at this point, except for one of them, they really don't need it. But memory pieces, you know. I could use them. There's probably still deeds for them, too. Oh, come on, man. We're so close. Where are we at time-wise? Good. Oh, we're making good time. All right. You would think that I would have finished hanging out with Cogsworth already, but... Mine for oval gems and square gems. Nice. Collect some shoreline shellfish. Hell yeah.
You're making so many dreams come true.
So let's go ahead and just do a clean sweep of Dazzle Beach. You know, I realized, I don't remember how long ago, that I really wish I had at least saved the pictures from all of my dream snaps this year. Because there was part of it was like, I should have made like a big collage or something with all of the different pictures from completing a full year of dream snaps. And then the other part of me was like, you should have just saved them for yourself, just regardless of whether or not you made a post or anything out of it, because it's the first time I will have completed a full year. You know, and I've been playing this game since it got released into early access, so, you know, it's been several years now. When did this get released? 2022? So I've had at least 2 years where I barely participated. I probably only participated if it related to a Star Path. Well, and actually that's not true. I don't remember when Dream Snaps got introduced. Because it got introduced with Vanellope, right? So I don't remember when she was released. But regardless, this will be my first complete year of Dream Snaps. But yeah, I've been fighting against storage space issues, which I talked to my husband about eventually upgrading my storage. Part of the problem is that I've had the bigger storage for a long time, so some of the stuff that we have stored on my computer is stuff that needed a home, essentially, and my computer made the most sense because it had the bigger storage. And it's like, okay, either that stuff needs to get off my computer, or I need a bigger storage, or both, really. And I think as time goes on, a bigger storage, you know, would make more sense, especially with the whole content thing. It's like a blessing and a curse, though, because it keeps me on top of making sure I don't keep things around longer than they need to be kept around. Oh, excuse me. But, yeah. Maybe next year I'll save all of my pictures, you know? And theoretically, I could go look at them. All of those videos exist on YouTube. So if I did want to revisit them, I can. It's just, it would have been kind of neat to save them like in a digital photo album kind of situation. I guess I could let you pick that stuff up. There you go. Good for you. You're so pretty. Oh. Good bird. Seems a little bit slower, which is fine.
Finally, a storm! Oh.
You know what? That was really cute. The fact that Ursula was excited about a storm. Like, giddy about it. Which I could totally get. Like, it makes sense for her character. Oh yeah, that was a rock. I was like, why did that not turn to sand? It's not. It's not one of these other... What are these called? What do you think these are called in your brain? Brain rocks? I don't know. Blue rocks? I can't remember where I saw it, but there was somebody posted it. It's like, what do you call the... Like, what does your... Either the sound your brain makes or the word your brain makes when you get those bonus things, you know, the ones that either glow or spit out the extra ones that glow orange or whatever. Like, what do you call those in your brain? And then the whole thread was people just... Can't remember. I feel like there was at least one or two people that called them, like, panic somethings. You know? Because they're stressful. Bonus. No, stop petting your bird. I'm busy. All right. Because they're not just stone, you know? They don't look like stone. They look hard. Alright. Oh, there's one flower over there. Okay. Mine for square gems. Cast around for seafood. Well, I feel like this is not a bad place to do that. And honestly, the Glade is not bad. The Frosted Heights is not bad. The Forgotten Lands isn't bad. And it's probably the weakest of the three. There's a shrimp. Fantastic. But there's crab up in the Frosted Heights. The Glade is probably the best, though. Because there's both lobster and squid there. I also have no idea what outfit I'm going to do. I'm going to come up with something new. Something that says Wish Blossom Ranch and kind of fall into winter. Feed the sunbirds their favorite food. Again, if I'm only left with the feed critters their favorite food, that won't be a good enough reason to stream this next Thursday. Oh, good God. I should probably get another critter. And in fact, I should probably get fishing related critters. So let's go ahead and not hit the right button. Let's go ahead and get... Those are flowers. Those are fruits. These are fishing. Pink. Yellow. Pink. Pink. And then... You're fishing, but I also would like a seafood. So I've got a pink crocodile. There's a brown sea turtle. I'm trying to tie it into my outfit a little bit. You're not quite as... This one's okay. Sure. Wait, whoa! Hold on, I hit the button wrong. Okay, there we go. And that way, no matter what I get, theoretically, they should pick it up. Oh. But I don't have a fishing companion. I should get a fishing companion if I'm gonna fish. I'll remember how the mechanics of this game work, I swear. Because I think I still have duties related to picking up bonuses dropped by the critters. Anyway, I'm gonna mine. What's happening next? Because I need both square gems and oval gems. Would not surprise me if I'm also going to get a round gems at some point. You know? Finally took out some of the trees that were over against this cave entrance area. Make my life a little simpler. You guys are so cute over there. I love catching interaction. Alright. That means I have to figure out what birds there are here today and then get them the correct color flowers. Although theoretically, I've got a wide variety of flowers on my person at this moment because I cleared the beach. So let me look and see what birds are here. I've got the orchid, no, the golden sunbird. And the red sunbird. So let me look at my spreadsheet. Golden and red. Okay, so the red one wants red and purple, and the golden one wants orange and yellow. Okay. They're in the Forgotten Lands. So let's go up there real quick and see if we can find them. Wait a second. Oh, it's sunbirds, not ravens. I was like, why is there a blue one? I didn't see a blue one on my... I know what I'm doing. Do I actually have the correct color flowers? Pink and purple. No. Red and purple. Pink. Does that count as red? What does the golden one want? Orange and yellow. Will sunflowers count as yellow? This is pink. This is orange. I'm gonna get... It's the red one, right? Red Bromeliad. Orange House Lake. Okay, which one are you?
Oh, I'm hoping soon.
It's not the red one. So it's this one. Right? Okay, so now we have to find the other one. And this storm is intense right now. Now I have the Oogie Boogie song in my head. For no good reason other than the fact that it's a good song. It'd be really interesting if we could get some other characters. Like, I'm really glad they added some Hocus Pocus stuff to the stuff. That'd be awesome. But yeah, I'd love to have the Sanderson sisters. I'd love to have Oogie Boogie. Or Lock, Shock, and Barrel. Awesome. Okay, where is the red sunbird? It's really annoying when they won't be where I can see them easy. Ah ha ha ha! See you. Red. Red flowers. There you go. Alright. So now... Please do not have the hiccups, woman. Seafood. I did not get any square gems. But mining is actually a little bit easier, because I could theoretically start at one end of the map, work my way all the way around to the other, and then go back around to the beginning. Like, I could do that as often as is necessary.
Oh, goodness. You're
Oh.
busier than a bee in a flower.
Dang it, Twitch. Why are you annoying? You know what? I'm going to add that to my to-do list. I might even call it Twitch being bitchy. Figure it out. No, I didn't hit the right thing. Okay. Because honestly, how many weeks have I've been saying that Twitch has been misbehaving? And it still is. So I don't know why. I'm going to do this. There. That's now on my to-do list. Oh! That's the other habit I need to start working on, is dumping. I do think I'm still going to use paper notes. I think that's just going to be helpful. But getting used to dumping information, and part of it's building the structure, stuff straight into Trello. Or Discord, for that matter, once I start really getting Discord ramped up, because if you haven't been here in the last few weeks, I've been talking more about Discord, and it's because I'm trying to work on getting my server functional to be a community server. And Discord makes me anxious, so it's been a long road to even get to the point of going, okay, you can start actually doing real things to make it functional for a community server. And I'm excited, which is new. I'm excited to get it going, but it's also still like double checking everything, trying to figure out how I want to set it up, and you know, all of those. Anyway, it's a whole deal. It's a tech thing. It's a getting over anxiety social things for me. There's a lot of things for me to kind of overcome in myself to get it going on. But it is going to be one of those places where once I get it set up, I will be able to start dumping some notes that I would normally just write down, potentially directly into it. And that will be interesting to have as a thing. Because one of the things I really want to include is... I've been in some servers now where they have, you know, channels for specific discussion types. Frequently it's different video games that the people in the community play. If it's a game-based one, it'll have, like, a bunch of channels related to the game. And then there'll also be, like, some real-life channels for people talking about, you know, their pets or the food or other games that they're playing or whatever. But I have a section called recommendations right now. I don't know if that's going to be its final form. But I've got it divided up into, like, books and movies and music and stuff like that because I've had people come in and recommend stuff. And people ask what I'm into, you know, that kind of thing. And so I want to have channels like that. I almost want to call it, like, recommendations and discussion or something like that, because I don't want it to be just necessarily, like, restrictive. I want it to be to give space to certain types of discussion, but not just, oh, you can't talk about that in here. You can just drop the recommendation. I don't want to make it feel like it can only be one thing. But also when you start getting too wordy in some of the channel names, it can get a little bogged down too. So it's like, you have to weigh the pros and cons. But, yeah, I've got lists of stuff, of recommendations, game recommendations, things like that. And it'd be interesting to have that information just in there and then shared with everybody, you know, who happens to come over and hang out there. Hoping that people do, you know, when it's finally going on. But, yeah, the potential is exciting for sure. Hey, how are you? Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to fish for seafood at the minute. I'm having good success in the glade, which is not terribly surprising. I wonder if I can get squid just out of plain water. Can't remember if that's possible here or not. I think it's probably tuna. Or here and there fish, like it's everywhere. But working on Star Path duties at the moment. Trying to get as much done on that as possible. Because I'd really like to see if I could squeeze something in next week that's not Dreamlight Valley before Wish Blossom Ranch comes out. Doing good. Hubby is off fishing in the Gulf until Saturday. Whoa. I get to be wild and free. Ha ha ha. Well, hopefully he's having a good time and then you are having a good time. Sounds nice. That would be really weird for me if my husband was able to go off for several days on some kind of trip. We are definitely not at that point at the moment, so that would be weird. Because I've done a couple of, like, business trips in the last 10 years. And so I'm the one leaving the house. And it's not really like a vacation. It's just, I mean, I get to go someplace else. But it's not, like, on my own terms, you know? And even then, he still had to be here with the kids. It's not like he got to, you know, live wild and free while I was off doing my own thing somewhere else, or vice versa. But maybe one day. So have you been doing anything exciting while he is away? Or just enjoying alone time? So I got almost nothing. Actually, I take that back. I got nothing done for that the last bulletin board thing in Palia, which not surprising considering I had just started the game. I did eat candy corn, but I feel like I might actually be able to do... I don't know how long the bulletin board things last in Palia. I don't know how long those they last, but possible. There's a couple things I can't... Well, that's not true. There's some furniture I can't make yet. And there's, I think, one food dish I can't make yet. But theoretically, I should be able to work... I should be able to get those things unlocked. It depends on how long the thing lasts. So I'm excited to potentially actually participate in whatever. Are they seasons there? I don't know what they call them. Events? I don't know. But I got my preserves jar. Late. Can't make one of the food dishes either. Is it the chili? Because that would be my guess. Because that's what I can't make. Although there's the beans, too. The canned beans. I did look both of them up to see if I could figure out... That's why I'm confident that I could do it. Is if I just try and pursue the things that I looked up. But, it just depends on how long it lasts, you know? Because if it's over in 2 weeks, well, then I might not be able to do it. But if it lasts, you know, like a month or so, theoretically, I could get it done, you know? But yes, I found out that there was a maximum on the garden plots. I was really annoyed, actually, because I was prepared to buy. I was like, I'm going to go spend all my money, and I'm going to get as many plots as I can. And then it was like, you can't buy anymore. And I went... well, poop. You can find the beans in the Elderwood as long as they're not infected. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. It's the beans aren't the problem. It's the canned beans. And I guess there's a recipe that you get after harvesting so many star quality. And I just haven't done that yet, so. But again, it's one of the reasons I'm confident that I should be able to get that recipe unlocked is because, well, I only have to keep harvesting them until I get enough. And then the chili, I know how to get that done too, and it's just going to take time as well, so. Smart transfer. There we go. Do I have other things? I probably should clear out these. You know what? I haven't done a loop of the stalls. So let's go ahead and do that. What time are we at? Oh, I should take a break soon. Which is good, because my body's starting to go, you probably should visit the restroom and stretch and do all of those things, you know.
Oh!
So we'll do a full circuit of the stalls and Scrooge's shops, to be honest. I don't know if I'll get lucky and get anything new, but it's worth a look-see, you know. So have you gone in and done your floating island event stuff yet? It's time. You gotta make time for that stuff. You need at least 4 days to get all of it done. And I think there's 5 days left. Five days. And to get this puzzle done, you have to have 4 whole days. So They're not hard, the puzzles. But that one, you can only collect one memory fragment every day. But everything else you can do pretty quickly. So. And the cauldron's pretty cool looking. I'll look at you how I want to look at you. Okay, I didn't get all the stuff put away. There we go. Actually, you know what I didn't do? I wonder if the cauldron looks any different than it did inside the little house. I'm gonna put it down real quick. Cauldron. Does the icon show up here for the black cauldron? Or is it still just a placeholder in here, too? Other. I don't see it. Is it in the other category? Apply. Oh. Not really. Nope. That's okay. It's not that. They don't have the black cauldron here. And technically there's only one object anyway. So we'll just do black. Oh. And that should be enough. Alright, so that's what it looks like just standing there. But you can interact. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. That's pretty awesome looking. I hope that... Okay, there's a room I have an idea that's coming up on the... I think it's the next floor I'm working on. And I kind of hope it goes in a direction that lets me use this. It really... I don't have it planned out yet. So... It may go in a completely... Oh, I was hoping it would stay all green and glowy like that for a second. Holy cow. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Anyway, I don't have any idea what that room is going to turn into. I just know what the room is going to be, but it could go in a lot of different directions depending on what objects there are. But one direction could use this cauldron, and that would be awesome. And timely, but we'll see. All right. Well, that actually makes me wonder. Can I interact with this at all? Ooh, look, he's got like almost a bird-like helmet. Can I interact with you? I was hoping, like, because he's ghostly, like if it would, you know, move around or something. But that is not the case. Oh, I have an idea for that. Okay. Sorry. I have that. That gives me an idea as well. All right. I'm going to stores. I'm going to stalls.
Folks here sure.
And then I'm taking a break. Because my body is going to start rebelling on me. And that's annoying. Okay, that's not the correct button. This is the correct button. I need a drink, too. Mmm. Minnie Mouse is in here.
I can't wait for my date with Mickey later.
Do you have time to talk? Did you need something, Lilith? I was wondering, what hobbies do you have? Do you like to travel, or is it hard to walk in heels all the time? That one. I guess I'm just used to it, and I always make sure to have a wide heel so it's very comfortable and safe. Oh, those do look wide. I was like, wait, wouldn't that just be funny if she was wearing like little pointy pointy heels? Okay. I have a feeling I'm gonna have nothing new to buy, because the buying this star path has been very thin. I don't need to talk to you.
Oh, the flowers are going to love this rain.
It makes me feel like Ursula and Minnie should get together and be all excited about the rain. Because it's a juxtaposition, which is one of my favorite things between the two characters. But the fact that they both have commented very positively about the rain is just like, oh, you guys could bond over that. So did you get to watch Weapons? I know you had been saving it. Well, and my husband and I have been, like, independently gaming lately, so we haven't even been playing our game together or watching anything. We still haven't even started the Welcome to Derry series yet. You did watch it? Wasn't... I feel like your sentence got cut off. It wasn't as scary as you wanted it to be? Aww. That's the only problem with getting hyped about stuff. Oh man, I just finished a horror book that I enjoyed it, but I would not recommend it to anybody. Like, not... I would recommend it if people could deal with the subject matter, but the subject matter is very intense. And yeah, it's not for casual reading. You have to be prepared for that, I think, to some extent. And there are lots of people who I could either see not being able to finish it or not wanting to start it at all. But I enjoyed it. It was well done, and it was disturbing and uncomfortable and tough
friends, the trolls,
and inspired by a true story, which I think makes it tougher to get through, knowing that something similar really happened. It's The Girl Next Door by Jack Ketchum. And I would say it's not for everybody. It's I'm trying to think of how not to spoil it, but like there's elements of torture and sexual assault, and the progression of it is just horrific. And again, knowing that it was inspired by something that really happened makes it worse, and you know, like extra horrifying, like that true crime element. But I would say if anybody has gone through any level of abuse that's similar, they probably just should not read that book. And they should probably know that that's what's coming before they might try and start it. But I don't regret reading it. It was just, it was tough. But it's also one of those things where it's like, I should feel uncomfortable. This should be disturbing. You know, I feel like that's a lot of things that, you know, like people who don't like horror are like, oh, it's disgusting, or oh, it's over the top, or oh, it makes, you know, it's hard to watch, or whatever like that. And it's like, it's supposed to be uncomfortable. Like, that's part of it. You shouldn't be just like, yeah, that's fine. This is fine. What's happening? Like, you might get desensitized if you're really into it. And like, if it's like hokey or has a comedic element or to it, like, I mean, I could see not being like completely disgusted and feeling like it's this terrible thing. Again, I like juxtaposition, but it's like, it's not supposed to. I mean, like, if it's making you feel a certain way, it's probably because it's supposed to. Like, explaining to my kids when somebody's bad in a movie or like in a story or something, and it's like, part of it's so that you feel like the justice they get in the end is deserved. You know, you don't want to, you know, you want people to, there's times where they make people out to be really, really bad characters, and it's like, it's because you're supposed to not like them. You know, it's supposed to make you feel that way. And then as you get older and you get into things where there's more gray zone, where it's like you can understand why a character, I think, and spoilers for, what is the name of that? Unbreakable? Coming up. But I like how the villain in that story doesn't realize he's the villain. And I don't even think he really fully realizes it at the end. Like, kind of, but also he still feels justified in what he's done. And I've always found that ending to be interesting. Because he was just trying to figure himself out. But he ended up doing horrific things. Because he wanted to figure out where, like, his place in the world, kind of, you know? So. But he did some truly horrific things.
This place is starting to look amazing.
And, you know, felt justified in it. Nobody's the villain in their own story. Or maybe they are, but they're probably a sociopath if they are. they're the villain in their own story. And they're doing horrific stuff. Not that they're just, you know, down on themselves.
Oh!
That's different. All right. I feel like I should have been doing this. I should have been remembered to come, at least come in and do this stuff. How much money do I have? Ooh, yikes. Ooh. Less than 2 million. I'm glad I only bought clothes this week. If I buy objects, like furniture objects, I have to go buy multiple copies of it.
Oh! All right. Yeah.
I can't remember what I got for
All
doing
right.
the
Come
zero,
on.
the feeding the zero fox. What did we get for that? Did we get the claw foot tub for that? Yes. So if you don't get to the floating island stuff for 4 consecutive days, the one that you will miss out on is the claw-footed tub. Or clawed foot tub. So you have to decide. Do you need that tub? Oh, I think it might be time for reading. Time for reading.
Just so you know, I've got some
Stop.
new goods at the store.
Okay. Nothing exciting so far. Nothing exciting so far. Not surprising.
Wow, you are really getting this.
Okay. I'm glad you approve, Maui. Alright, so that means I have now officially done shops and stalls. I don't have to worry about it too much for the rest of the night. Unless I want to clear out flowers and stones again, but... Or not stones, fish. There we go. Those are the ones that can be redone. I want to escape. I want to get out of the Vale, though. So that I can come back to the valley. Alright. So... I'm going to take my break. I'm going to go get a drink. I'm going to go get a... I don't know if I'm going to get a snack, but I'm going to stretch and I'm going to use the bathroom. And if you stick around during my break, thank you so much. Don't forget to thumbs up, subscribe, follow, all of those things. And if you aren't here when I get back, I hope you have a lovely day, night, time. And I will see anybody who is here after in a few minutes. All right, we are back. We are here. I see that you will be right back, Miss Bama. All right. Sometimes it's really funny, the names of these songs. So the last song that played on the break was called Lazy French Beagles. Silly. But also kind of sweet, you know. Like you can just envision a lazy French bagel. Like almost in the style of like a Looney Tunes cartoon character or something. All right, I'm casting around for seafood, but also, ooh, have a daily discussion. What did I get done here? Duties. Oh, was it a routine duty? Chat with Minnie. Okay, I still need to find both Mickey and Merlin, so maybe I'll do that real quick. Oh, Mickey's right there. Speak of the devil. Fantastic. Oh, I forgot I put him in this outfit for Halloween. What's on your mind? Say, Lilith, I really like what you're doing to spruce up the valley. Aw, thanks, Mickey. It's nothing really, or somebody had to clean this place up. That's rude. Thanks, Mickey. Hey, I just remembered. I wanted to pass on a little something I learned. Make sure you leave room so you can make a garden big enough to grow lots of different kinds of crops. That's not a problem. You never know what you might need around here. True that. All right. So, now, Merlin is living in the Isle, right? I moved him back there? Pretty sure I moved him back there. I keep having to move him around for different reasons. Ugh. All right. Let's see. Did I? Oh, there he is. Oh, and he's in the lagoon. I should have gone there. Oh, well. There's a lot of magic users up here right now. Fairy Godmother, Mother Gothel, and Merlin? Oh. No, I didn't want to pet you. No. Talk. There we go.
Well, hello.
Hey, things. Well, they always seem to have a bit more magic when you're around, Lilith. You seem deep in thought. Ah, yes, Lilith, I was pondering the nature of chaos. Which of our residents do you feel best represents the concept of chaos? Stitch, Donald Duck, or Olaf? Stitch. Most certainly. Why, he is a nexus of pandemonium. But, like, in the best way possible. Oh. Chat with Merlin. All right, routine duties for the week complete. Okay. The question is, could I cast around for some seafood here? And if so, what would be the best place to do that? Theoretically, the Oasis has starfish, but will it count? Because I did discover that Dreamlight, the duty that says get Dreamlight, it does not count for mist or storybook points. So it has to be Dreamlight, but theoretically, seafood could just mean seafood. Well, look, let's test it right now. Alright. No, I was just thinking, so my son is doing his birthday gathering with his friends. They're going to go to an arcade tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Saturday. 6 out of 15, it was perfectly acceptable. Oh, nope. Where'd it be? I should just clear that stuff out. Clear it. Oh. So when I was originally making plans, we weren't sure exactly when we were going, exactly where we were going, exactly which night might be affected. So I asked my parents if they could have the younger one over so that he didn't feel left out, and, you know, they're far enough apart that while they can get along, they can also drive each other nuts. And then also when my older son has his friends over, you know, he wants to hang out with his friends and he doesn't want his little brother up in their business. So I get it. And it's just like, why don't you go get special alone time with your grandparents? Because he doesn't get that as often. And then, you know, your brother can have his, I get to hang out with just my friends time for his birthday. And although my little one feels a little left out because he's not getting to go hang out and do the fun thing with them, I'm hoping that once he gets over to my parents' house and gets to do stuff with just them and him, that it'll kind of balance out that feeling a little bit. But we weren't exactly sure, like, if anybody was going to spend the night, which night they might spend. So I asked my parents, I was like, hey, it could be Friday or Saturday night, you know, which would work for you. And then they came back with, well, we'll just have them both nights. So they're going to come pick him up tomorrow. And then I was like, oh, well, if none of the kids come over and spend the night on Friday night, you know, maybe we could make some time to watch something creepy or something. Because we didn't watch a ton of Halloween movies during October. I always feel like I want to watch more than we actually get to. But, where do I want to go? I want to go to the Glade. But, yeah, so maybe tomorrow we'll watch something. We haven't watched any of Welcome to Derry, and my son did watch both It movies now. He hasn't seen the original miniseries, but that's okay. I think he has enough context, at least, to watch Welcome to Derry if we decided to watch. There's probably, what, 2 or 3 episodes now? I don't know. I haven't looked. You're back. Hello. And welcome back. I'm just trying to get more seafood. It always seems like a slog when they ask for stuff like that. 2 episodes? Yeah, we haven't watched them yet. Because we were going to watch it when the first one came out. And then we decided to wait and let a few episodes build up so that we could maybe binge a few at a time. Like maybe 2 at a time or something like that. So I don't know if it's still a little too early to watch. But there's still plenty of movies on our wish list. I should have let them pick it up. Oh well. Alright. A little squid action. This is probably a lobster. Ah, crap on a cracker. This is something I need to do in Paleo, is fish more. I have a bunch of worms, too, because I got, is it a composter? Put veg in and get fertilizer and worms out. Oh, it's a worm farm. That's what it's called. Aha! My brain remembers stuff sometimes. It's awesome. But yeah, I have like almost 300 worms now because I don't make time to go fish. So I probably should. Watched 1 episode of Talamasca on AMC, which intrigued you because of Anne Rice. Is that another series? That name sounds familiar. It's not one that I have read, though. Like I said, I've only read 2 Anne Rice books that I can remember. I don't think I've read anything else. I've decided to take a little breather, and I am reading And Then There Were None, which I've never read the book, but it's an Agatha Christie. But it's one of my favorite plays. My dad was in a production of it when I was a kid, and I loved it. And actually, there's a production of it going to happen January in my town at a community theater. And I can't remember if I've mentioned it on stream, but I almost on a whim, decided to go audition for it because I wouldn't mind getting back into community theater. I grew up doing community theater, and so I wouldn't mind doing it again, but it has been over 20 years since I have done anything theater related. And so I would really need something to ease back into it, and that play has a part that, for a woman about my age who is who dies near the beginning of the play. So it wouldn't have been a hard role to potentially do if I got the role. So, but it was, the rehearsals would have been throughout the entire holiday season, because like I said, the production is in January. And it's like, even though she's a small role, it still might put strain on the holiday season in ways that I hadn't anticipated, so I decided not to do it. But it definitely got me in the mode of, I should start looking again, you know? It's mentioned in the Mayfair Witches and the vampire books. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why I've heard of it. I feel like my husband, I can't remember if he's read the Witches one, but I know he's read, I think he's read all of the Vampire Chronicles. I can't remember now. Of course, that would have been a long time ago for him, too. But yes. Not sure what I'm going to read after this.
I'm so happy.
Maybe another series book. Because I've got at least 2 series I'm working my way through. One of them I have read a significant amount of the books. I'm just really, really, really behind. Because I think there's like 30-something books in it now. And I feel like there's at least somewhere between 5 and 10 books that I am behind. And it's been so long since I've read them that I was like, screw it, I'll just start over. And I'm glad I did, because there's a lot of development over 20-plus books that I've already read, leading into, you know, the books I haven't read. And they're not hard reads. They're relatively easy and entertaining. And I enjoy them, so I don't mind rereading them. I'm a rereader for sure. And then the other series is Dune. And I think I'm on book 4 now. Can't remember. I think I'm on book 4. I have not read the Outlander series. You know what? I should write that down, because I've heard good things about it. And there's a show that I've heard good things about too, right? Not Outlander. That's not how that's spelled. Outlander series. Book series. See? This is what those recommendations channels will be for in the Discord once I finally get it all set up. Although you could drop that stuff in there too if you want to. Jamie Fraser and a kilt. I know. Let me look. Jamie Fraser. Oh, yes. Ah, yes. Indeed. Yeah, that's the thing. So the series, the big series that I'm talking about is the long series. I guess the 30 some odd book series is the Anita Blake Vampire Hunter series, which years ago they had rumors about doing. Now it would have to be done on a network that allows for a lot of graphic stuff, because there's violence in it, but there's also a lot of sex stuff, especially later in the book series. But there are there's several beautiful women in that series, but there are so many beautiful male characters in that series. It would be so hard to cast it. And definitely you wouldn't be able to cast it to where everybody would be satisfied. But there are occasionally guys that I see in stuff where I'm just like, oh yeah, that character, you could totally play that character. But, oh my god, the way Laurel Hamilton writes her men. Jeez.
Wait till I tell Slink about this.
Otherworldly beauty for sure. Do not watch Outlander with the kids. Noted. Still waiting on the final series. So the final series of the show? Or are you waiting on books as well? Or is the book series complete? Well, I would leave the glade if there weren't still bubbles spawning, but there are still bubbles
I'm hoping
spawning.
that soon I can be part of your world.
You can be part of our world. That's why you have legs right now. The show, and she's writing one more for the book series. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully she comes out with it, because I kind of feel like I should read Game of Thrones, the series, the book series. And then another part of me is like, I feel like lots of people are irritated with Martin because he's still not done. 13 out of 15. Excellent. Although I know the books are good. Like, the books that are out are good.
What is happening today, everybody?
My husband has read them. I really should make more berry salads. Another thing I need to do is evaluate the foodstuffs. Faux shout. 2 more. Okay. We can do it. The first Game of Thrones took forever to finish. Oh, finish too much for you? Yeah, they're pretty big books, right? I feel like my husband read them when he was still sick and didn't know what was wrong. So, he was home already. But that might have been when our oldest was really young. But I remember he was reading quite a bit back then. And I feel like I put a hold on something. Oh, it might have been another one of those from my recommended lists. There's a Native American horror author that I've seen at least 2 different people recommend his books. So I'm really curious to check them out. But both of the books had holds on them. So I think I finally put a hold request on one. But I think the shortest wait time was 17 weeks. So who knows when I'll actually get to read that one. It'll be like Christmas and I'll be reading it. Well, this is not going to be a shrimp. I need blue bubbles, damn it. Occasionally you can get shrimp out of the white bubbles, but like, occasionally. Alright. Come on, be a shrimp. No! Be a shrimp. Or be a herring. Just be a herring and ruin my day. Because it's what you want to do, isn't it? Yeah. Damn it! Foiled again! Alright, where can I go next? Maybe I can go up to the Frosted Heights and I'll get lucky and there'll be a crab. All right. Ah! It's orange. It's promising. Crabs are blue up here, not orange. Damn it. Oh, oh. Blue. Watch it be something else. Occasionally I'll get a white bubblefish from the blue bubbles, and vice versa. So annoying when that happens, when you're wanting it to be the other one, you know? There we go. Thank you very much. Mine for something shiny. Excellent. That ties in. Okay, so I can't do those two. What do we have here? Oh, I've already fed the sunbirds. Oh. Bring 2 gifts. Feed a raven. Change outfits. Ooh, 4 rock spots in the Vitalis mines. That's helpful. Let's do some of these other ones and see if we can maybe get some other gem-related things to pop up. That'd be really helpful. Did you claim your vampire teeth? I don't know how long you have to claim them. You should claim them if you haven't. Hate the mines? Aw. Is it like the angle? The limited visibility? Because I can understand that. Like, I'm just kind of used to it now, but there are definitely places that it's just like, I can't see. More berry salad. I should go drop off all the fish and stuff. But yes, I have vampire teeth now. I'm excited about that. It's not flowers, it's fish. And although you can't see the teeth all the time, I know that they're there.
Let me know where I can rustle up some grubs, would ya?
Okay, where were the decorations needing to go? The Sunlit Plateau? Pretty sure. Right? Yep. Ah, 3 fish from the Glade of Trust. You dick. Harvest 3 fruits. Ah. I was just down there doing fishing. Sometimes I swear they do that on purpose. Like the game generates a duty after you have been doing something for a bit. I don't know. I might need to switch to a mining buddy if I'm going to have to focus. Oh, 4 spots in the on Dazzle Beach. That's nice. Okay, is there anybody close to me that does mining? I don't remember what Timon does. What does Timon do? Timon is fishing. Well, I just got done fishing. That's not helpful. What does Mike do? Mike is foraging. Beast? Beast is foraging. Right? Yeah. Aladdin is yeah. Aladdin is mining. I thought gems were appropriate for him. So let's go get Aladdin. Yup. The 19th for both. Well, actually, I haven't checked Autonomica news in a while. I'm hoping that they haven't pushed the date back again. But yes, Wish Blossom Ranch is the 19th. But not a new star path, because there's still 31 days in this star path. I like how there's always something new to do around here. Okay, let's hang out.
Well, at least the neighbors are friendly. Mostly.
I'm just gonna leave you in here. Bye, Cogsworth. Come on, Aladdin. Yes, I'm excited. That week's gonna be quite the week. If everything comes out, you know. Pickaxe. There we go. Oh, nope. Hold on. Companions. I need a rock gathering companion. Oh, I don't want to take any of those. I like them running around with their character, like their peoples. The pipples. Soil. That's not what I want. That's a fish situation. That's gems. So let's... I haven't used this one in a long time. And he kind of goes with my wings, honestly. His little orange and purple situation. And then who does stone? It's not any of you guys. Extra spices and herbs. None of these guys do it either. Time bending. Pirate monkey. Sweets. Flowers. Who picks up stone? Is it one of the special ones? Extra stones. It's Hey Hey. Oh, well. Sorry, Maui. I'll be taking Hey Hey with me. Not seen anything on Autonomica Discord about moving the date. Cool. Yeah, I've seen a couple of posts. I've been trying to keep up on them. Usually it's just updates about, like, look at this, you know, the biome or the sounds or the character skins or whatever. So, yeah, I haven't seen anything. But I saw at least one something come up today that I haven't had a chance to look at. But... But we're so close now that it's like, if they're gonna move it, that announcement would come sometime soon, you know? Like, but I'm really hoping, I was hoping that when they got a date tacked on to their delay, that would be pretty good, but I don't know this developer very well, so I don't know how, you know, I don't know what their word means, you know what I mean? Like, they could say a date and then change it, or they could be like, no, we set a date, that's what we mean. And it'll just take time to figure out, because they could go either way, really. So, as time goes on, I'm sure I will learn to trust or to interpret whichever one is real. Oh, there's a random memory in here. Nice. Probably don't need it for any duty or anything, but I need it for a piece. Saw something that said he didn't want to delay. Yeah. Yeah. And I get it, because they've already delayed, you know? So I could see wanting to, like, feeling obligated, you know? Like, I've already delayed, and people are excited, and, you know, considering how well their goal was funded on Kickstarter, you know that, you know, people would feel obligated to get stuff done, or at least you'd like to think so, right? So... But the proof is in the pudding, as they say, right? So, yeah, that week should be pretty exciting. Ugh. Okay, I'm good. I was like, wait, where am I facing? Speaking of not being able to see very well in here. Unfortunately, going to Texas on the 25th and won't be able to play on the Steam Deck. Oh no. Oh, is that the one of the things that won't be available in the first alpha? Well, you know, maybe get to play a little bit before you go. I don't really know how much there's going to be to do when it first comes out. I don't know. What my plan is right now is to stream Dreamlight Valley on Thursday the 20th. And then do Autonomica on the Sunday. But I don't know if there's going to be more than a single stream's worth of stuff to do that early. And we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be stuff to do, but it's definitely going to have things that aren't in it yet. So, no controller support during alpha. Yeah, I feel like I saw that. I didn't think about the implications for Steam Deck, but that makes sense. Oh, I still want a Steam Deck. Okay, I only need one more square gem. I need a lot of oval gems and shiny, so we might as well just keep it mining. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna need to make more berry salads. 100% for sure. Just start over here.
Really shows that everybody's special in their own way.
Aww. Everybody is special in their own way, Miss Ma'am. What are you guys doing? Okay, so the ore doesn't get picked up. But the gold ore got picked up, but not the iron ore. That's weird. That's an oval gem, right? Or is it round? No, it's oval. It might have been shiny even. Holy cow. That was very handy. Not that I think they all count as the duty, but... Okay. That is this button. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Because I'd like to think, well, the shiny gems might take longer than the oval gems. It's so weird that the iron ore doesn't count, but the gold ore does. As a stone. Why? Make it make sense. I would think that the iron, because the iron ore almost looks like it's stuck inside of a rock, that would make more sense as being a rock as opposed to the gold nugget, which looks more like just gold, which isn't a rock. Although, okay, so I went on a tour for a new exhibition at work. And apparently, I don't know from what era, but it was essentially Mesoamerican. At some point, the translation for gold is sun poop. And I told one of my colleagues, I was like, oh yeah, if I bring my kids here, I'm totally telling them that gold is sun poop. I mean, she phrased it as sun excrement. But when you're telling it to an 8-year-old, you're definitely going to say sun poop. This is also the same child that we started making a game out of looking at all the butts and looking for butts actively when we went through the art museum and then later through the zoo. And I was like, you know, because they probably, you know, viewed it as like deity related, you know, because a lot of the stuff back then was, you know, some god or some deity. So, like, yeah, it would be like, you know, divine poop. Sun poop. See, that's the kind of stuff I like. You know, the less rigid stuff. And just knowing, like, ancient people still, like, kind of describe things in kind of a funny way sometimes. Really? You liked history in school? I always felt like it was like, I enjoy knowing about stuff and events and places, but I don't want to have to memorize it all. And I felt like a lot of it was memorization of dates and people and names and places and stuff. And it felt very dry, but stuff like that and, you know, stuff that makes it, you know, makes the people feel more human and more like not so different from modern people. It's just they lived in a different time. I like that kind of stuff. And, you know, the context of how things develop. You know, we didn't just drop out of the sky in this moment. It's a progression. I also like the connection. One of the things that was there were some textiles, and they almost reminded me of samplers, like cross-stitch samplers. But of course, it's from a different part of the world. You know, people didn't have the internet back then. They weren't, you know, they didn't know what people on the other side of the world were doing. But yet they were still creating things in similar ways. Like, it's just very fascinating to me. I love stuff like that. It's like, of course now, no, they didn't teach everything right. Well, and to be fair, it would be really hard to cover everything. They didn't have to omit the things that they omitted. They could have taught a more complete, you know, history, even though you can't cover everything. But, yeah, they were definitely selective, that's for sure. What was it? At some point when I was a teenager, I think it was my dad, but there was like a conversation about how in most cultures throughout the world, throughout time, have some sort of dessert that's eggs, sugar, and flour, or some form of flour. And it's just different depending on what part of the world they're from. But then he started listing like all of these different desserts that were essentially their basic components are just eggs, sugar, and flour. And I was like, oh, and you know, those all developed because those were the resources that people had, but not because they were trying to copy each other, because they didn't even know, in some cases, that those other people existed. And it's just interesting how, you know, people are still people. We're different, but, you know, we're still so very similar. And I think that's really interesting and important for us to remember. Because it's so much easier to fight than it is to come together sometimes, and it's sad and it's frustrating and it makes things so stressful. But art and food can bring us all together, right? Art, food, music. Stories.
This
Okay,
village
I'm
is
looking still for
different,
oval gems.
but it reminds me of home too.
I love that they changed the frequency of the pieces gained from the memories. It's so nice. Lived in Virginia when you were younger. Lots of battlefields and right outside DC. Got to have field trips to the museums, and my grandparents always took you to DC. Wow. Very interesting. And probably helped foster that love for history and learning that stuff. And there's so much to learn. Oh, I was like, where the hell is Penelope? I hear her saying something. And she's visible right now. That's kind of amazing. Oh. That was a cool little glitchy moment she had. She keeps going through the fence. I love it. There she goes again. And walks through it like it's nothing. That's fun. Bye. I know a lot of people don't like Penelope, but I love her. I get why people get annoyed by her, but she's full of sass, and I love characters that are full of sass. There's nothing like standing in front of the Lincoln Memorial. You know, it'd be interesting to go. I have never been. The most on the East Coast I have ever been is Florida, and, you know, that's definitely not the same as near DC or Upper East Coast for sure. But there's a lot of places I haven't been. You know, fantasy retirement versions of myself and my husband would have an RV and get to travel around. And it'd be really interesting to go a lot of places like that. Monuments and landmarks and natural, you know, like the Grand Canyon and Yosemite and places like that. Just be interesting to get to go to some of those places because I haven't been. I've been to some places, but I have not done a ton of travel. She doesn't annoy you? Well, good. I get why people get annoyed by her. I mean, she is kind of abrasive. And she has that kind of annoying, obnoxious kid vibe sometimes, but I don't mind it.
Ugh, those night thorns are the worst, am I right?
And there's a lot of people that don't like her house, but I like it. Oh, that was a square one. Did I already get the square ones? Ooh, nice, 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 nice. Oh, that's all iron. Fantastic. Yeah, see, a lot of these bonus ones I don't have done yet. Okay, so we got some square gems. Gosh, I still only have 4 out of 10 shinies. Oh, catch fish and gold ripples. Now, does it have to be just fish? Or is it just catching things in gold ripples? That's what I want to know. All right, how's the Dreamlight looking? Feed a raven. Mine 4 spots on Dazzle Beach. Well, that's also handy. Button. Who's got the button? I have quite the gaggle behind me. Because he has a companion, too. Feed a raven. I was up there, but I don't feel like going. How many gold? 5. Well, let's kind of go around and finish the gems here and see if we see any gold ripples. White. It's just like, I wonder who's, I need to remember who's coming in the next update, or in Wish Blossom. Wish Blossom, right? It's not necessarily a next update, although technically I guess it is an update. It's just a whole pack. But let's see. We've got Cruella and Tank and Snow White and Tigger. I don't think I'm going to be annoyed by any of those characters either. It just depends on how their sayings, like how repetitive those get. Like, I feel like a lot of people are annoyed by Maui, too. And part of it, I think, is his size. I don't think he's nearly as intrusive as he used to be. But he would be, like, all over people all the time. I never had noticed it on mine. But I did see people, like, commenting about how often Maui would kind of crowd them. And I could see how it might make things difficult to see around him. But his sayings for a while, I think, were kind of like when Donald used to freak out all the time. It's like, dude, just chill. Like, yes, you're welcome. Okay.
Hey, you never know what you can do until you try,
Now shut
right?
it. But yeah, I don't see Maui very often anymore. So I wonder if they changed his behavior, you know? Hey's little animation for giving me extra stuff. Oh, Hey. Okay, white bubbles, blue bubbles. I don't think I'll find 5 orange bubbles just by running around, but maybe a couple. Would be nice. Hey. Oval gems. Hang out with Daisy. Okay. Well. Where is she? I'll sacrifice some gems. 45 minutes, is that what I saw? So much. She's in Scrooge's shop. The only one you haven't been to is the Holocaust Museum. Yeah. I feel like you definitely have to be prepared for that one, you know? Because I've heard stories about how impactful it is to be there. Yeah, speaking of Maui. All right, Daisy.
Just too adorable.
I hear you. There you are. No, hey.
Oh, it's you!
Let's hang out.
Yeah!
All right. So we'll go back to Dazzle Beach. And keep doing our mining circuit and looking for orange bubbles. Speaking of looking for orange bubbles, let's take a little peek here. Blue, white. Aha! Fantastic. Okay. I'm not tracking that. I was like, wait, the number didn't change. It's because you're not tracking that one. Matters. Alright. White bubbles, white bubbles. White bubbles. Right. Okay, there's no more over here, but we're close enough to this one. We should probably just stop here. Do this. 4 out of 10's not so bad, though. Oh, lordy be. Okay. None of those were shiny. That was annoying. I was hoping at least one would be, you know? Alright. More berry salad. Should probably... You know what I need to do? I started working on my plan to make I can speak. Dinkum schedule. Like an in-game schedule. So I can hopefully take the pressure off of trying to do every task every day. Ooh, a shiny. I got a shiny. Excellent. Anybody doubling anything? All right. And I got all the shop information in. I got Ted Selly in. I didn't realize Ted Selly was and the town co-agent. I didn't realize they had specific visiting days. So I got those in there. I got the night merchant in there. I got the festivals in there. So now I need to go in with the list I made last Sunday and put in that stuff. And then I need to start fussing with, like, whittling down. So I don't have too many things to do at once. But I started working on that, and then I started changing my mind on how I wanted to do it. And then I started trying to color code it, and then I started adding data validation so I could just... Anyway, I also changed how I wanted to track the time, because time matters. Depending on who's open and when, and waking hours, and... So I had to make adjustments for that, and then it took longer because then I was, like, having to redo stuff. But that's how it always is, you know? You have these ideas, and then you have to, like, try them out and realize where they're not quite right and fix them, and hopefully you don't get too committed to some ideas before you start having to correct things, because then you have to go back and fix more stuff. But yeah, I have hope for trying that out. Because I think there's, as much as I enjoy being able to do, like, maximizing every moment of a day that I can, and, you know, 3-hour days be damned. Like, I'm just gonna do it. There's also something to be gained for letting, like, the seasons pass, too. So, I'm curious to see how that works out for me. If I can follow my schedule. Maybe. Why are you not picking that up? Okay. That was weird. Just pick it up. Ooh, 7 out of 10 shiny. That's nice. Go ahead and break that, I guess. Alright, we are now at 10 o'clock here. Which is okay. Technically, I don't have to get up early in the morning. And I'm not sure. Stop. Not sure if my husband's gonna crash out early like he did last week. Because we were talking about it yesterday. He's like, oh, you're probably gonna game late. And I'm like, or you'll fall asleep early, because we were talking about maybe hanging out after stream. And how it wasn't very likely. And I was just like, last week, man, you crashed out early. And he's like, yeah, but I might drink coffee, maybe. I'm just like... And I don't know if he's actually going to try and work tomorrow or not. Because since he uses an electric car to drive for Uber, when he's done driving, he has to come home and throw it on the charger. And if he does drive in the morning tomorrow and has to take his dad 30, 40 minutes away, he needs to make sure that the car is charged up enough for that. So he may have to cut his morning off short, or he may just not drive at all. So, you know, that affects how late he stays up, that kind of thing. So, I don't really know. And I've been pushing my streams later and later lately, I feel like, so. Not to the detriment of my personal life, but also, like, I probably shouldn't do that all the time. I'm excited to play, damn it. Not shiny. Can I get all the shinies done? Who knows? Maybe. Oh. I wonder how much. So, my older son, and I feel like this is fairly typical for older siblings.
Some people are worth melting.
I can't say for sure. I was an only child. I could definitely see being this way if I did have a younger sibling. But my older son sometimes tries to do parental role type things. And before they went to bed, my older son was trying to get his brother to pick up his room, because his room is not great at the moment. Somehow he got a hold of a bag of chips and decided that he was going to crumble it up to the consistency of sand all over his carpet. It's just like, dude. So I was already prepared to spend the day going, you made this mess, now you gotta clean it. And, but before they went to bed tonight, my older son was up there going, you're gonna pick up with me for 10 minutes. Like, he was taking charge of cleaning up his room with them. And I'm just like, there's part of me that's like, I'm glad he's motivated, because essentially he's trying to be proactive so that when he has his guests over, there isn't a mess for his guests to have to deal with, which is great, because he's cleaned up his whole room. He's cleaned up the half bathroom that's upstairs, which is his responsibility anyway. He's done all of his laundry. You know, he's done all the things to prepare ahead of time, which honestly, great. Good for you. I'm glad that you're taking charge of the situation and planning ahead. But also, like, how hard are you being on your brother right now? Because I'm going to be able to take care of things, dude. And I'm going to work with him. Because he tends to be a little bit more of like a bossy dictator type, as opposed to trying to coach him to, you know, work through chores, because chores are no fun. And, you know, when you're 8, it's like, ugh. So, and sometimes when you're older, it's like, and I don't have a mom telling me I have to get it done. So, I don't know how much they got done in 10 minutes. But it'd be nice if it didn't take all day tomorrow. Well, actually, it won't take all day tomorrow. Because, I don't know, my dad's supposed to come get the little one after he takes his dad to an appointment in the morning, so I have no idea how early he'll be here to pick him up. But one way or another, his room is getting picked up, even if he's not here for it, because I would like the house to be picked up for company. So, where do I want to go? What do I have on my person? It's not terrible. I could put this catfish away. Oh, I stopped looking for orange bubbles. No, I didn't. I looked in the Frosted Heights, and there's nothing in the plaza. That's why I didn't look there. Okay, good job. So, maybe up to the Sunlit Plateau, then? I might have to just start fishing, regardless of whether or not there are orange bubbles or not, so that I can get orange bubbles to spawn. But let's go ahead and go up to the Forgotten Lands and work our way back down then. Maybe we'll alternate. But yes, I do really need to get a video filmed tomorrow. That is the other thing on my list, in addition to preparing for company. Because I won't have time to do it on Saturday, and I don't want to have to do all of it on Sunday. I am almost done with doing my primary suite. Did the bedroom already come out? That came out on Monday. So the only room I have left to do is a bathroom. And I've been dying to get to the primary bathroom because I want to use Ariel. There's a bundle that you get for Ariel. Or maybe, yeah, it was Ariel, because there's an Ursula bundle too, but that's not what I'm talking about. The Ariel one. There's a giant fancy bathtub, and the moment I got it, I knew I had to make it like the primary suite's bathtub. It's so huge, and it's beautiful. And if I, like, went on vacation and had access to a tub like that, that would be like, oh, I feel like I'm living my fancy life. But, I'm on, what, the 45th decorating video? Is that right? Holy cow. Hold on a second. Where would I have that information? Easily available. Would it be in my planner? In my Trello? Let's see. Dream snaps. Quote of the day. Nope, that's not it. Primary bathroom is, yeah, the 45th room I've decorated for my decorating series. That's crazy. And I'm only on floor 13. It's because the houses can be massive. I am starting to wonder what I'm going to do for some of the floors in between floor 15 and floor 19. Because I know what floor 20 is. I have known for a while. And I know what floor 14 is, because I've already planned that far ahead. And I think I might know what I'm going to do with floor 15. It's going to be kind of a different concept than all of the other floors. Like, it's still going to be kind of all tied together, but it's going to be... It's going to be kind of a different idea if I put it on floor 15. So I might have those two floors done. But like 16, 17, 18, and 19, I have no idea what I want to do. And my list is starting to get whittled down to either kind of alternative names for rooms I've already done. Like I have a drawing room listed. But a drawing room and a withdrawing room are pretty much the same because drawing is just a shortened version of withdrawing room. So I don't think I'm going to do that unless I have pause for another one of those kind of rooms. It's possible. I thought about putting like another set of guest bedrooms, or maybe not guest, but like adult family members that aren't, like, because I have kids' rooms and I've got the primary suite. So I could see doing another set of, like, adult, but more, I don't know, closer family or closer friends. I feel like the other one was a little bit more, I don't know, felt more like a hotel as opposed to like family. But I mean, not family could stay there. Maybe extended family. Second cousins. Give me some orange bubbles, dang it. But I don't know if I'll need another drawing room with drawing room. Oh. And then there are other rooms on that list that I feel like are duplicative. And I may not have cause to have them in there. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe inspiration will strike me. But, yeah, a lot of the stuff in my list now are outdoor spaces. So, gardens and other things where I know the objects are outdoor stuff. So that's exciting, but I'm still pretty far away from it. I mean, I have a feeling it's going to be like March before I actually get to outdoor spaces. Let's see, how many? So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 7 floors times 4 rooms. That's 28. That's 28 more weeks. Which is what? 6 months? 7 months? Holy cow. So that's June before I'm done with the inside of the house. A year and a half. Wow. Okay. Hold on. Do I have stuff in here? Oh, I do. What? Oh, I can't because my backpack is full. Okay, do I have orange bubbles at all?
Now that I know you're not dangerous, you humans are pretty great.
Yeah. That's right. Well, we can be dangerous, but not in the way you were taught. Sully. Okay. Oh, I need to eat again. I'm going through berry solids like water tonight, man. Oh my gosh, that is a lot of sticks. Okay. And... Yep. Alright. Nope, none of those. There we go.
Hi there, pal.
Hi. How you doing, buddy? Alright. So where are we at time-wise? We are at 1/4 which means I really need to start thinking about... Nope. I need to start thinking about wrapping it up. Didn't get quite as far, but that's because I got stuck on this shiny gems deal. So let's look at this. I got to 5K on Dreamlight. Sunbirds and sea turtles, fine. Catch fish and gold ripples. Oh, so okay, I am kind of already working on everything. What's going on here? Serve a meal in the restaurant. Pick 3 mushrooms. Feed a raven. We can do some of this stuff for sure. Okay, so let's go in here. Feed somebody. Oh, that's this one. Grilled fish. Easy peasy. We like an easy peasy duty. So...
Hey there.
Is it you? No, it's not.
Well,
Ooh,
see you around.
there you are. Alethea. Alethea. There we go. Ahahaha.
Oh, it's you.
I have your order. Give it to you. Okay, so we have Alethea here. Or Alethea here. And we have bring a friend their favorite gift. Handy that. Let's see. We've got Alethea, Belle, Aladdin, Mulan. There we go. My brain was fighting those names hardcore. Okay. I need 2 of them. Mulan wants a cherry pie. And then, who else? Anybody else in here that I can... Oh! Really? You want a grilled fish as a present as well? I mean, I'll bring it to you. No problem. Bah. Oh. Damn it.
I'm happy to see
I love Hey Hey. I have something to give you. Take this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is for you. I'm so glad you're excited about it. I'm excited about it too because of that. All right. And Mulan. There we go.
Hi.
Hi. I have something to give you. There we go. And you want a cherry pie. Fantastic, fantastic. Yes,
Hey
you're welcome.
there.
Yep.
It's always great.
All right. 4 night thorns. Decorations to Dazzle Beach. Excellent. All of that. So what do I need to do before Wish Blossom Ranch? I probably should check. Let's see. Before DDV DLC. There. That's the easiest way. So, clear all biomes. Check and grow food. Okay. I will leave this here for a list, just in case there's more. Catch 3 fish, Glade of Trust, and Dazzle Beach. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the Glade of Trust. We can pick 3 mushrooms, try and catch 3 fish, see if we can get any orange bubbles. That would be fantastic. I don't know if we'll be able to accomplish it, but we're here. We're trying. Now see, if I do orange bubbles here, and it catches a lobster, like I was saying before, is it the orange bubbles that matter? Or is it the fish that matters? I would like to think it would be the orange bubbles instead of the fish. Nice. Oh, feed a raccoon. Do that. I wish I could feed the raccoon that's with me. That would make my life so much easier. Yeah. Who made that noise? Is that Hey Hey? I think it might have been. I do like the ambient sounds. I don't play with them very much, so it's like, oh yeah, I like how the glade sounds. Like there's just bug noises and animal noises in the distance, you know. Ooh.
This is a really amazing place.
It is a really amazing place. I'm so glad you think so, Woody. Okay. Oh. None of these are orange. I'm just hoping that fishing them will, like, make one spawn. Well, and you know what I've thought about is even if I don't finish the Star Path tonight, I don't necessarily have to do it next week. Because if there's still 31 days in the, in the Star Path, then I don't necessarily have to finish it by next week or 2 weeks from now, which is, you know, okay, that was annoying. The tree in the way. Okay. Feed a sunbird. Nope. Decorations to Dazzle Beach. Gooseberries. Okay, I'm gonna go up and grab the gooseberries because I can feed a raccoon gooseberries. And then I'm going to work my way across Dazzle Beach by fishing. Ooh, selling 5 fruits. Hello. Okay, so that's 6 total. I can feed 1 to a raccoon and sell the other 5. So let's... What am I doing down here? I'm adding decorations and looking for orange bubbles. Also fishing. Multitasking, multitasking. It's always a risky proposition when my brain is turning to mush. Come on, brain. You can do it. You know, we're switching how our paid time off works at work next year, beginning of the year. And so we're being encouraged to either use, I think we're getting a payout on paid time off because it's going to stop rolling over. And we're going to be able to use, we're going to have a lot more flexibility in how we use our paid time off next, you know, after this next year. And so we either get a payout if we were expecting to roll it over, or we're being encouraged to use it for the end of the year. So I'm doing a combination, which I'm sure is what most people will probably do. But that's an assumption, really. I guess it depends on if you want the time or the money more. But, or what you need. Like my supervisor was telling me that she's going to take more of it as a payout because she's got some medical expenses she's trying to deal with, and that's perfectly fine. Like, good for you. I'm glad it worked out, you know, in the way that you needed it. But yeah, I'm getting a few extra days off going into the holiday season that I'm not used to, so it's lending to a little bit more of a relaxed feeling of like, oh yeah, we're already in November, but I get tomorrow off, and you know, I think I work, well, I have an appointment next week, so I have a full work week the next week, but I also am going to be leaving early on a day, so it's full but also not really completely. And then I think the next, no, I think I might have 2 full work weeks, but then we're into Thanksgiving. And then I'm taking off some time, like, I think 3 of the 4 weeks in December, I've got some days off. And it's just, like, kind of weird. Because usually I don't get that much time off. I mean, I get some time off for the holidays, and I take a day off here or there. But I usually work through most of December because most other people take their time off either before Christmas or in between Christmas and New Year's, and then I wait until after everybody's done doing that, and then I take a break. And it's just weird being like, oh, I'm gonna have all this time. Watch it fill up like crazy. Okay, so that was all the fishing spots. Oh, I'm at 6.2. That's not what I want. Putting some stuff down. So yeah, we'll see what comes of if I do anything productive, or if I actually is any kind of relief. You know, I don't know. I'm interested to see, I'm trying to figure out how to pace my paid time off next year since it's more flexible. It also means that, like, I don't want to be the kind of person that at the very end of the year is like, oh, I have all these hours, I should take off half of December, you know, because that doesn't seem like it would be fair to my coworkers. And so I'm going to have to figure out how to balance saving things in case I need it, but versus not wanting to lose it at the end of the year. And I get an increase in my hours too, which is great. So we'll see. We'll see what comes of it. It just means I have to be a little bit more... I mean, I'm pretty diligent and disciplined when it comes to planning out. I usually sit down sometime, you know, between October and January and kind of look at the entire calendar for the next year and see where I need to have time off and then where I have big gaps of not having any time off. And then I kind of plan most of it out. So I don't think it'll be a huge leap to change how I'm doing things to maximize that time, but I also not, you know, screw myself over essentially. So looking forward to that. Seeing what it's like. Puts a lot of the responsibility on me, which I don't mind. I feel like I've got enough practice figuring it out. Lots of stuff coming up, though. I've already got 3 or 4 different potlucks that I'm supposed to sign up for. Just like, damn. I don't, none of them are mandatory now that I think about it. But I know there are more coming. I might get my husband to make some Spanish rice for the big one, the big company potluck. Because although Spanish rice is not a traditional Thanksgiving food for most people, one of the nice things about where I work is that we're very multicultural, so our big potluck has lots of different dishes. Like there'll be a lot of, you know, stuffing and stuff with cranberries and different veggie, like casseroles and, you know, corn casseroles and green bean casseroles and stuff like that. Stuff that's pretty, like traditional American Thanksgiving fare. But then we'll also have things like baklava and, like a cold Chinese noodle salad and, gosh, there's a lot of different stuff. And it's just really interesting. And then, of course, everybody's variations on it, too, because there's so many variations even on what is considered traditional fare. You know, you'll have 3 different corn casseroles, and they'll all be slightly different. Some of them will have cheese, and some of them will be sweeter, and some of them will have, like, an additional ingredient that's like, oh, or it'll be spicy, or, you know, something like that. So it's just very interesting. And, you know, it's hard to want to try everything. But then, you know, you think you're taking little bitty scoops, and then, you know, you're at like 20 dishes later. You're like, holy crap. I hope I don't have to have my brain working in the afternoon, because I'm going to need a nap. No orange bubbles. Trying to fish orange bubbles into existence. But yeah, I think there might be an extra party or 2 this year. Like, some different groups are getting together. So it's like both like exciting and fun, but also like, holy crap, there's gonna be so much to do. And I don't even like, I already know of one family gathering, but there's the potential for at least 1 to 3 more over the next couple of months that aren't even on the books yet. Like, it's good, but man, by the time I hit January, I am definitely, I feel like I keep joking that I want to be a bear this time of year, where I just eat a whole bunch of holiday food and then I get to nap for like 3 months until spring. That would be amazing. I would like to do that, because then I could eat a lot of food. I mean, a lot more food. Although I can't eat as much as I used to eat, you know. Just fine. Feed a raccoon. Prepare a 3-star meal or better. Redecorations in the glade of trust. Dang it. Okay. Let's finish mining up here and then go down and feed a raccoon. Yep, I gotta wrap it up here pretty quick. Well, I feel like I made a decent amount of progress. I don't know if that will be reflected in the amount of points that I got for the star path. But I got the weekly routine duties done. I got the event done. So both Halloween-related events got done, which is great. I have no idea how many duties are left. I don't look that stuff up. I just do stuff until it's done. So cute in his little suit. I love him. So it was really funny. My older son has this suit that he likes to wear, and last year he wore it for... Oh! Orange bubbles. Holy crap. See, we fished them into existence. Good for us. But last year he was like a 40s automaton. That was what he wanted to be. So he had got a suit, and he wore a hat, and he practiced his robotic movements, and he was particularly interested in dancing, like a robotic style of dancing. He practiced, like when we were finding suits, he was in the thrift shops, trying them on, and then looking in the mirror and doing his robotic movements and dances. So cute. But that's what he was last year. And then he wore a suit for a couple of other things, like his middle school graduation ceremony. He wore it for that, along with one of those, like, rainbow-colored helicopter hats. So full suit, helicopter hat, because that's who my kid is. And I will not stop him from being that way, because why not? But I don't remember. I think he wore it for something else. But he wanted to wear it again this year. And so this year, he wore it so he could be Charlie Chaplin for Dress Like a Celebrity Day during Spirit Week. And then he was considering doing that for Halloween, but he changed his mind to be Gentleman Death, which didn't translate as well. And the sad thing was is that everybody on Halloween and like all the Halloween stuff he went to kept calling him Charlie Chaplin. And it's like, you should have just committed to the Charlie Chaplin bit, because that's what everybody thinks you look like. I know, right? He's such a character. I hope he holds on to that as he gets older. I can't imagine he wouldn't. But... Oh, raccoon. We're doing raccoons. Well, a raccoon. But yeah, he didn't wear the mustache when he was being Gentleman Death. Oh, I could have gotten all the way to you, couldn't I? Oh, well. But yeah, I don't know how many times he got called Charlie when we were out. Berries. It's not blueberries, but you should still like it. Yeah, good for you. But yeah, and it seems like he's starting to find more kids that get him, because it's tough. It's tough when you are viewed as the weird kid and, you know, you're still getting kind of ostracized for that. But I told him a long time ago, it's like, just be you, man, because that way, like, don't pretend and hide stuff. You know, it's going to make things tougher for a while, but once you find people that get you, you will know that they get you. And that you won't have to reveal the real you later, because they'll already know the real you. And even though it means that you might struggle more to make friends, it's worth just knowing that they like you for who you really are. So, and it's been tough. And part of it is, I think one of his defense mechanisms is just being obnoxious. Because he thinks people aren't going to like him anyway, so he might as well be annoying. Because if they're not going to like him anyway, he might as well just lean into being irritable, I guess. I don't know. But I think it's a defense mechanism. Yeah. But his art teacher, when I went in for parent-teacher conferences, was like, it seems like he's actually really making some real friends and that they can all really get along. So I'm hoping that's who's coming on Saturday. Sounds like I might have to give one of the kids a ride to and from our house or the event, the arcade that we're going to. Because it sounds like they may not have a ride. But I'm just like, just find out where they live. Like, there's only gonna be 4 of you. Like, if it means, you know, I have to go pick them up and drop them off, you know, that's what we'll do. As long as they don't live, like, crazy far away. But if they go to the same school, they really shouldn't live crazy far away. So, anyway. Yeah, he's an interesting character, that's for sure. And we drive each other nuts. And then, you know, we get to giggle like fools at each other. Because that's the dynamic that, that exists in our home. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it was only 40 minutes, but still, I'm kind of surprised I... Amazing! I was kind of hoping I'd see that moment where it was just like, even if I don't finish everything, at least I get to the moment where I know it's almost done. Oh, I need to sell these fruits. Yes, I'm so excited about getting there. I don't know if I'm going to finish the shiny gems tonight or the fish. And then I have the 2 feeding. And then the other one is Dreamlight. But those would have, I mean, the feeding the animals one would not have gotten done tonight anyway. Because I can't possibly feed them that quickly. So that's fine. But that puts me in a really good position to get this star path wrapped up. Maybe even off stream, depending on if I make enough time for this while I'm away from it, like in between. But it definitely takes the pressure off of feeling like I have to play this next Thursday. So I don't know. We'll have to see how Dinkum goes on Sunday. Because I may make a ton of progress, or I may get my schedule more fleshed out and feel like motivated to play Dinkum. It's not that I'm not interested in it. It's just that sometimes I feel like I'm taking too long for what I'd like to take. And I feel like the schedule, that's why I want to do the schedule, is because I feel like it might shift how I'm playing that game enough to not feel like it's taking longer than I want it to take to get certain things done. Because, like, I like it, and I want to build in it, and I want to advance, you know, I want to breed, and I want to, well, I want my animals to breed. And I want to get to the point where I'm building a train, and I want to get the Burconium stuff done. But I know what I'm doing to myself. I did it in Stardew, I did it in Graveyard Keeper, and I need to figure out how to correct it. So I've got to experiment with something, and that experiment is trying out a schedule. And if that, you know, gives me like kind of a jump start and kind of revitalizes how I'm approaching it, then I might go ahead and play Dinkum like 2 weeks in a row ahead of Autonomica and Wish Blossom Ranch. But if I'm feeling kind of like I could take a little time away from it from stream, maybe not all like off stream, but like from stream, then I might go ahead and play something just for fun next week. Because I'll have 2 streams kind of up for grabs. But it's really going to depend on how I feel after Sunday's stream. You can't catch the rooster. Oh no! Well, at least you can find a rooster. I don't know if that makes it better. I couldn't even find one. That's funny. Are they fast? Do they behave like turkeys? Or they're just like squirrely and a pain in the ass? I'm wondering if I'm going to accidentally get a pleat knocked up. Because theoretically it could happen. And I have 7 female pleeps in a pen with 1 male pleep. And I know that the duff dust is supposed to increase the chances of pregnancy. But it's not 0 without the dust. Like, there's still a chance for pregnancy without it, so... Is that chance based on the rooster? Or on the females? Not the rooster, but the male. Or is it based on the females? Given up twice? Always been on foot, thinking I'm going to trap them first. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't... Well, you were there on Sunday. You know that I didn't find one. So I have no input and experience. Uh-oh. If that's my spouse saying, hey, are you awake? Or hey, are you going to be stopping soon? Since we talked about it last night. Alright. Do I want... What? This is the most random... Oh. Sorry. What the heck? I can't even see. Hold on, my spouse is texting. Guess we're gonna be late night snacking fools. So I'll send do it tonight with another animal. I don't know how to spell Cinnabon.
Sure is a pretty night.
Okay. Ah, my husband's got a coupon. Alright. Apparently, he has to go get milk from the gas station. So he's like, you want to get something from... Why, yes, bring me treats. Hey, orange bubble spawned. See, there was a reason I was texting my spouse. Although that means that once he's back, I'll have to wrap it. Because if he's gonna bring me treats. Oh, let's check and see if the lobster counted. It did not. Okay, 3 fish in the peaceful meadow, 3 decorations in the Glade Trust. Selling 5 fruit still. Preparing a 3-star meal. Okay, so let's put decorations down. I suddenly got revitalized. Because I know I'm getting treats. I don't have to be up early. So nice. I mean, I really shouldn't sleep crazy late. Not that I would anymore, but... You know, if I sleep till 9, I'm gonna feel like... Alright. Where's that? Selling 5 fruits.
Hey there.
Oh, it's Daisy. Fruits. There. Okay.
Sure is a pretty...
Fantastic. Mine 2 minerals. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna put the mushrooms away. Now we're gonna go up to the meadow. And we're gonna make a 3-star meal or better. And it's gonna be a berry salad because I eat them. Well, and I haven't even looked up anything about the wombats yet. Mostly because my goal is to get a rooster. That's what I'm more concerned about at this moment in time. Prepare a meal, large seafood platter. Also, can do that. Yeah. Oh my god. Please add filters to the crafting menu. Okay, sorry. Come on, Game Loft, you can do it. Okay. Harvest 3 apples. Feed a critter. Catch 3 fish from the peaceful meadow. Not the seaful meadow. That's not how that works. Okay. Apples. Ooh. Where are we at? 7.5k. Well, I also feel like the pressure is on now because I know I really need... Like, if he's going to be nice enough to bring me treats, I should make sure that I am nice enough to be available to hang out with said treats and spouts. Not just the treats. I'm here to hang out with these treats.
My.
And you too.
Just don't know when to quit, do you?
Oh, Lord. You know, if I'd said that to him, he would probably get at least a giggle out of it, that's for sure. The treats are important. Sell 3 vegetables. Ready, set. So. Okay.
Hi there, pal.
Alright. 1, 2, 3. So.
Oh, sure is.
Of course, you know what I haven't done? I still haven't bought all the floating islands. And I think the one... Did we get some for Eternity Isle? Or are we getting some for Eternity Isle? I know that you need the other points for them. The equivalent to Dreamlight, but for those expansion packs. Was it raspberries? It was raspberries. Yep. Okay. Prepare a 5-star meal. Okay. Well... How about one of these? It's is it a meal? Or will a dessert count? I'm gonna make this other thing. Let's see if that counts. Okay. 4 rock spots in the Sunlit Plateau. Plateau? Decorations in the Forgotten Lands. Okay, so let's go feed a squirrel.
Great to see you.
That's right, Goofy. It's great to see you. Oh, hi. I forgot that they don't run. I was like, aren't you gonna go? No. The squirrel. He can smell the peanuts in my pocket. Oh, feed a sea turtle. Okay. So 4 rock spots in the Sunlit Plateau. Feed a raven. Sell 2 minerals. Decorations in the Forgotten Lands. We might get this Dreamlight duty done. Well, grab them if you're gonna grab them. Stop being so slow, y'all. Oh my gosh, it'd be so nice if I could get the shiny thing done. I don't think I'm gonna. Oh, mine 2 minerals. Fantastic. It wasn't sell 2 minerals, it was mine them. It's so much easier. I should have food on me to feed the ravens, though. I shouldn't have to make extra effort for that. Oh, 8.7. Oh. Although, the fact that, he's getting treats. Well, the milk is really the thing. But the fact that he's getting treats so late says to me he's probably decided to just take the morning off. Which, to be fair, would make his life much easier to not have to stress about getting home on time and getting the car fully charged up for the lengthy drive. So I don't blame him for wanting to take the day off. Oh, we're feeding a raven. Hello? It's almost like I summoned you. 1 more shiny. Is he home? Or is he just now leaving? Oh. Banana split. I love having multifunctional foods. So the banana split is for the monkeys, but it's 5 ingredients, which is what you need for the ravens. But then there's also the ranch salad, which is also 5 ingredients and will also work for the ravens, but that feeds the Pegasus. So that is why those are my foods of choice. I don't know if I've ever said that out loud on a stream, but those were why I made those choices, to keep those kind of always stocked. And then the berry salad is my energy food, which I know I have mentioned on stream before, but it's been a bit, so in case there's anybody new lurking or popping in to the VOD after it is just a recording. And then, of course, there's eggs and peanuts to be held on to if you're working on feeding cobras or feeding squirrels. But those aren't difficult to get because those are just purchases. I like keeping things as easy to acquire and have on hand as possible, for sure. I don't know if the cobras eat anything besides eggs, though. I wonder if they do. It's kind of like the sea turtles. I can't remember if I feel like the sea turtles do eat something else, but I don't. Is it seafood? Because their favorite food is seaweed. So I wonder. I'd have to look it up. I just remember it being a huge pain in the ass when I was trying to figure it out. I remember getting mad about it. Because I was like, what will these guys eat? Alright. Did I do decorating? I did not. Catching fish in the Forgotten Lands. Decorating is not how we do that. I need to see if he's already home. 10 minutes. There's no way he's done in 10 minutes. That door was him leaving. Okay. Oh, I don't need a bit more down. Okay. Harvest 5 vegetables. Boo. Okay, catch 3 fish in the Forgotten Lands. Catch 3 fish in the Forest of Valor. Do I still have golden ripples? I do. It's not the button. Okay. Alright. We're so close. We're so close on so much. It would be amazing if all I had left to do is just feed animals after tonight. It would be amazing. I don't know if I'm able to do it, but it would be amazing. Because he's got at least 2 stops he's doing. So the last text message I got from him was 10 minutes ago. And although both places he is going are fairly close, it would take more than 10 minutes to go to both and come home. Ooh. This isn't a seafood, is it? It's gonna be an anglerfish, right? Good job. Good job. Thank you for being multifunctional. Orange bubbles over here? Nope. Goodbye. What was the other one? Was it Sunlit Plateau? Forest of Valor. And 4 rock spots in the Forest of Valor. You know what I do want to do before I go to the Forest of Valor, though, is I want to plant 5 lettuce. Although, I could just do this. And then we could just get 5 pumpkin seeds. And replant. Since I'm not planning on doing this tonight, excuse me, I split them, I didn't take them. Moving too fast. That's what's happening. Oh! Money. 100% I'm gonna need money before the update.
Howdy.
Sell. Can have that. Can have that. Can have that. Sell.
Great to see you.
Uh-oh. Feed a rabbit. Hello. Would you like a carrot? I feel like I could also give you this onion and you wouldn't care. Okay.
So, you're in charge? Shall I practice my curtsy?
Yes, I would like to see you curtsy, actually. I think that would be amazing. And I know I'm not the only one who'd be like, I want to see Scar curtsy. I want him in a tutu like the hippos from Fantasia. Okay, prepare a 2-star meal or better. And now I can't get it out of my head. I just want him in a tutu now. That'd be fun to have some Fantasia characters. Particularly hippos and tutus. They're not really like full characters though, so I can't imagine they would be like a character like Daisy, you know. Are any of them named? I don't think so. 3 decorations to the peaceful meadow. I'm close. Ah! okay, it's fine. So close is what it is. Okay. Sell 2 fish, sell 1 mineral. I probably have stuff to do that. Unless I've offloaded them, which is entirely possible because my inventory has been ridiculous all night. Okay. Oh, look. And honestly, I know I have too many of those. Is that it? Oh. Stop. I did it. I did it. Okay. Okay, so now we don't have to look at daily duties. We can just go for fishing and mining. Okay, until my husband gets home, and then I have to wrap it up and go. Okay. I'm gonna go over here. Ah! I'm gonna go over here. I need 2 orange bubbles and 1 and 1 shiny thing. Can I get them? This is where the answer is no. I feel like a meerkat. Is he here? Do I have to stop playing? You know, and that's pretty good, considering I had no idea just how long it was going to take me and what was left to do, you know? Oh, 5,000? Holy banana pants. Okay. I feel like I need that clip. Hold on. Audio clip. Holy banana pants. Because I didn't realize how often I said that until I started listening to some of my videos back. And I was like, what even? I don't even know where it came from. It's so bizarre. But it makes me giggle. So now I kind of feel like I have to have it as a soundbite. I have no idea when I'm ever going to make sound bites. I know I want to. There's a few that I want to do. But yeah. I feel like if I at least write it down, then when I finally get around to doing it, that I will remember, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Brains are weird. I don't even know what banana pants would look like. Are they just bright yellow pants? Are they big yellow pants? Are they... Do they just look like a banana? Do they have little banana... Like, are they like leggings with bananas on them?
Being here is almost as good as playtime.
Maybe each person's interpretation of banana pants is different. But I have no idea where it came from. And it's one of those things that, now that I have noticed that I say it sometimes, I realize that I have said it off and on for I don't know how long. Like, it's one of those things that will kind of come into regular, I don't know, speech patterns that I have, and then kind of fade in and out. Like, they'll be, I know, I'll go a long time without saying it, and then somehow it'll creep back in. And I have no idea. I have no idea where it came from. Can't imagine I heard it anywhere. Who would say banana pants? Apparently I would. For whatever reason. But we'll just embrace the weird. Because that is what we do here. I wonder if at some point I thought of saying something else and it came out that way. And then I've just repeated it occasionally over time. I really don't know. I wonder if there's like a study done on phenomena that's like that, when just weird sayings just pop out of people's mouths for no good reason. Maybe. Weird is good. Agreed. Makes things more interesting. Give me something shiny. Oh, I stopped looking at bubbles. I should check the bubbles here before I go running off. Oh! Twitch misbehaving. Who's surprised? Nobody. Okay, that's white. That's white. Oh, I think I hear him now. Maybe my spidey sense is tingling. Still like, can I hear him? I don't know. Oh, goodness. All right. Yeah, he just got home. Okay, I gotta wrap it up then. All right, but that's okay because I got almost done. So, let's put the fishing rod away. Let's go into the thing. So I've got to do sea turtles. I've got to do sunbirds. I need 1 more shiny gem and 2 more gold ripples, but that's easy enough. I have 31 days and then 2 more weeks of routine duties. But if they're anything like all of the other ones are, they're going to be easy peasy. So, 405 points. Probably have enough to get all the rest of the bonus rewards. So let's just... Oh, Lord, maybe? Maybe. I bet this is pricey. Yeah, let's grab it. Alright, so let's do the purple hat. That's another phrase. My husband and I used to say that to each other all the time. True that, with the purple hat. And I don't know why. Because we're dorks. I don't know where it came from. But we both say it to each other. I think part of it is he says it because I was saying it. But it just became a thing that we would say to each other. Because brains are weird. Alright. Purple witch gloves. Fantastic. Okay, that's the last of the costumey bits on that page. So let's do Wicked Fiery Thorns. I'm looking forward to seeing that in real life. Did we have that in on the island? I think we might have. I know we had the other trees, the 4 trees with the light strung between them. I know we had that. Okay, this is a glider. So cool looking. And then another bookcase. Potion cabinet. Witches. Dark bookcase. Okay. That's all that page. I'm down to 155. How many points are these worth? Oh, because it's not just these. Let's see, 20, 40, 60, 75. I have 75 points, so that's 60, 230. So I won't be able to get this at all until the last week. Is that right? Wow. Okay. Well, no cute little pumpkin cottage for me. But that's most of what was left to do. That's nice. That's nice. Okay, let's mark these. This is non-Disney related. And then Sleeping Beauty. It's the last thing of Sleeping Beauty there. That's cool. Oh. And then clothing. And these were both under general. All right. Well, not 100% complete, but we couldn't because of the routine duties, right? Oh, I didn't actually... Okay, whatever. but pretty dang close. So not too shabby. So next week is going to be a play it by ear week. If for some reason I decide on Sunday that I am down for playing Dinkum for 2 consecutive weeks, then I will probably do a Teddy's Haven stream next Thursday. If I decide that I need to take a little bit of a break from Dinkum on stream, then next week might be some other game, maybe one of the bookshop games, and I'll do both streams dedicated to that just to kind of get into it. But yeah, it'll really just come down to how I feel after Sunday's stream. I should be here on Sunday. There is still a slim possibility I may have to cancel. It really just comes down to what's going on with my kid and his birthday stuff. And if that leaks over into Sunday in any way. But I will put a community post on YouTube. I will update my schedule and schedule panel on Twitch. So if I'm not here, you'll know why. Anyway, I think that's everything. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope you have a lovely day, nighttime, wherever you are, whenever you are. And I will see you next time. Bye.